All right, everybody, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Just checking to make sure everything is good here. Pedro, welcome in. Brashido, good to see you. Chuck, Scrimcast, welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Painting the Gulter for Adepticon. Hey, Rosario, what's going on? How's it going? If you guys don't follow Rosario, another Twitch streamer and miniature painter here, give them a follow if you haven't already. Actually, I'm going to make sure this account does too. But how's it going? Meister Miller, welcome in. How is everybody? How's everyone doing? We have some war pigs to paint today on the daily grind. How about you? Doing well. Not too bad overall. We got as you can see, we got the beast pack over here that we're going to be painting up here soon. And yeah, other than that, pretty good. I'm really excited. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not yet, but super excited for the new faction that just got announced recently. I'm going to be painting up a ton of those, and actually next month on this stream here in particular, we're already planning on getting some of those to paint, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for absolutely, no problem. So yeah, is everybody excited for the new faction, the Euroni? I am quite excited for that. I'm a big fan of Japanese mythology and Japanese fantasy and stuff, so it was right up my alley. So as I decided that I have my full Spires army that you guys may or may not have seen on like Play on Tabletop when we did that battle report, but that is the first army of anything I've ever painted to completion. I've been in miniature wargaming for decades at this point, and I've never painted a full cohesive faction before Conquest. So I finally had to do it with the Spires. So let's see what we got here. This should work. Okay, good. I was gonna say I was having some technical issues earlier, but it seems like everything's working out. So Ghoul Studio, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Another miniature painter here on Twitch is Ghoul Studio that you should be following as well. I'm gonna make sure that this account does too, because you know I have the power at the moment. So, but yeah, we're gonna paint one of the war beasts here and see what we can get done in this short amount of time that we have here today. I usually try to get a piece finished with every one of these streams, kind of, and as much as start to finish as I can, but it is a limited time, so I will do as much as I can and show off as much as possible. So I know the black on black is not terribly easy to see, but got one of these. I love the fact that this kit came with like 6 different head options, which is really cool, and so I picked one I thought was going to be the most fun to paint, which was this really funky looking helmet, I guess. So pretty cool. What's your usual time for a mini? It really depends. If I'm doing like a competition piece or something, it will take me 90 plus hours. That's not including base, or that's including like basing and all that stuff too. But actually, if you guys want to see something, a little preview of something I'm working on for a competition piece that is Conquest. It is very fragile. Oh, let me see if I can get it. Okay. It's gonna be kind of hard to manage right now. Here we go. Okay, I think this is going to be solid enough. I can show this on stream. Astora Miniatures. Hey, welcome in. How's it going? But this is the Quaddle is something I'm working on as a competition piece here, as a little diorama. So I have a long way to go with it still, but that has been kind of primarily what I've been working on recently. It's very big, so I can't get it fully in the camera here, But I wanted to make a cool little diorama piece of just kind of like the hunters overviewing the land and, you know, checking out their next target kind of thing. So reposing looks great. Thank you. That is, again, it's things like that that end up taking the longest time. Happy to do it because it's really, you know, it's a lot of fun. And, you know, there's so much when it comes to like a diorama piece in particular too. There's so much you can do and so much storytelling you can do with these little dioramas. So, and I want to tell more of these stories with Conquest because I absolutely love the lore and the factions and the miniatures, and it's with a little bit of work you can make something really, really cool. So, but I have another quaddle as well, so I can paint up the flying one potentially. But cool thing is that comes with 2 different heads also, so I can even just use the one singular head for something else too. So I'm planning on trying to do something like that. But how is it going? Let's see here. Astorga, are you a streamer here on Twitch as well? I just want to make sure that everybody gets a good shout out and that everybody should be following everybody. It's a very small, you know, it's a very niche community here on Twitch for miniature painters, and we'd like to make sure that we support all the amazing mini painters that there are. Let me see here real quick. Okay, we got our brushes, we got our paints, and we have our war pig. So good to go. Hey, Jeef, how's it going? Welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm looking around here, and I seem to have misplaced my my towel to wipe off my brushes on. So if you give me just 30 seconds, you can start the timer. I'm going to do 30 seconds. We're going to go into the slideshow, and I'm going to grab a paper towel real quick, and we will be right back. And time. got my towels here. I think that was less than 30 seconds. I could be wrong. I admittedly did not count. Oh Lord. Okay, now we gotta get all comfy. Make sure we're in a good prime spot for painting. We're good to go. Awesome. For those of you, I'm assuming most everyone that is here and chatting is probably not at LVO this weekend, but if you know anybody at LVO or know anyone that is planning on going to other conventions, be sure to keep an eye out for the Parabellum crew, because they're pretty much at every major convention that has to do with tabletop gaming. So, Bajif, how's it going? Welcome in. All right, we got our brushes, and we are going to be going for, I don't know what color we want to paint the pig, what kind of fur color we want to do. I was thinking maybe kind of a grayish black, or maybe even a brown we could do. It's going to be mostly, the colors seem to be mostly metal, since it's armor and everything. So, and like leathers, which is fine. That's not going to be an issue. But let's see. So we have the metals. We could do kind of the darker color would be a lot easier to paint, no doubt. But we definitely want to start with the fur first. So the one thing when kind of keeping in mind the painting is like what I usually try to go for the recesses, or what's like the thing that's going to be on the inside of it the most versus coming out towards the outside. So it's going to be easier to paint the details of things like these little chains and ribbons and stuff after we paint the fur. because there's a lot more space on the fur. So I think we might go with a kind of a dark gray. I think that'll be the move. So one thing that when painting like dark black or dark gray or things like that, there are obviously different colors you can kind of go for, because you never want to paint and this is something I got taught when I was in school. You never want to paint straight black or straight white, because white and black both kind of absorb colors around them a little bit. So like, that's why if you ever read like comic books, for example, Superman's hair, how it shines is always highlighted with blue, or typically like or typically colored with a blue hue in there. So we can kind of go with that, or kind of these darker grays. But what I'm going to start out with is my tried and true and trusty green gray. This is my favorite paint. I love this paint. It works for everything. It is just killer to get open sometimes. Oh. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta bite it to get it going. Don't quote me on that. There we go. So a little bit of green gray is going to go a long way. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do a little bit of green gray. We're probably going to mix that, I think, with just a wee bit of blue. Maybe this scale color anthracite? Anthracite gray, maybe? It's kind of a bluish gray. So the reason I like the green gray is because it's pretty, if you paint it on, it almost looks black, right? So what we're gonna do is try to work up to kind of this, I think this graphene gray. It's kind of this like slightly bluish kind of off color there. But actually, thinking about it now, what we likely want to do is we're probably going to want to paint the nose and ears a bit of a flesh color, I think. But let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. I think we can go with the blacks and greens and grays first. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. All right, so we got that bluish gray there. We got our green gray as well. We're just gonna do a little bit of mix of both and see what that gets us. Oh yeah, I'm liking that. Ooh. Okay, so it's got a pretty good dark gray look to it already. And add just a little bit more of that really dark green gray there. Anthracite. Thank you, Ghoul. I appreciate that. Is a special thing for you? I opened Twitch and saw your face on a place that isn't usually where I see you. Yeah, so I have I started working with the Parabellum crew. We started talking last Adepticon, and they basically said that they really enjoyed my streams and that they loved all the conquests that I was painting, and because that's not exclusively what I paint on my own private channel, but it is a lot of what I paint because I just love conquest. And so we were talking, and they said that they were trying to get some more content out for all their platforms, especially stuff like, you know, like Twitch. And I was like, well, I'd love to help you with that if you guys were keen. And so we started talking and decided that we would do a monthly painting stream for the Conquest crew, and as well as announce the winners each month of the Colors of Conquest online painting competition. And essentially what that is, for those who are not, who don't know, is if you paint up some Conquest and post it online and tag the Parabellum account and use hashtag Colors of Conquest, and I think hashtag miniature painting or mini painting, then you are automatically entered to win a gift card for the Parabellum shop to get more minis. So, yeah, similar to other miniature companies do a lot of similar things, so we decided to give it a go, and I was lucky enough to be the one that worked out with them to get that done. So yeah, towards the end of the stream later here today, not only will I be showing the winner of Colors of Conquest for December, but I will also be showing the 10 runner-ups. And the 10, and if you're in the 10 runner-ups as well, you get a pretty hefty discount code as a prize. So there's technically, well, there's 9 runner-ups and 1 winner. So 10 people a month are going to get something just for painting and posting Conquest minis that you're already painting. But I don't have, I'm not the one that chooses them, by the way. I'm just the messenger when it comes to that. So, but they do a great job. I've been a winner and a runner-up in the past for it. And we see a good bit of folks who do a really good job and end up getting a lot of good spots. And you will likely see some familiar usernames and maybe some new ones, but all I can say is that this particular this past month has some really awesome stuff. I'm really excited to show you guys, but that'll come towards the end of the stream, which will be here in a few hours. I was already thinking of getting some Conquest at Adepticon, or like the Old Dominion. Yeah, the Old Dominion is actually one of the factions I have not yet painted anything for yet. Actually, that's not entirely true. This is the first Nords that I've painted. So I have a few Nords minis that I got, but with competitions and things like that, it is, especially like I mentioned earlier, how long it takes to paint the competition pieces. I've been focusing on that a lot recently, and actually, funny enough, this is the first time I've painted since our last Colors of Conquest stream, which is kind of a bummer. I've been doing lots of building on the streams recently to basically get everything built, like that quaddle that I showed you earlier. So it's nice to get the brush back in hand. It's for me, I don't know, do you guys prefer building or painting? I feel like a lot of the painters typically prefer that, and a lot of other folks typically prefer just the build. There's no wrong answers, obviously. I'm just kind of curious. But I tend to go back and forth. I will paint for a while and get a little bogged down on it, to be honest. And after that, I need to clear my palette a little bit. So what I like to do, after that is that's when I kind of go into, okay, now I'm gonna do some building, and so I'll do a lot of building, and then from there, I'll go back into, and once I've gotten a good bit of building done, then I'm gonna be back on the painting train. That's kind of where I am right now. I'm actually kind of getting tired of the building and prep, and I'm very happy that I have this stream and my other one as well to get back into some of the more painting stuff. So, because you got to keep the muscles warmed up, right? So you can't just the practice pieces are always not a bad idea if you're trying to paint for a higher quality and stuff. But for this particular stream, we're just trying to see that we can get a bit more accessible than competition painting, but trying to make stuff that's going to look great on the tabletop. So I prefer painting. I hate to build. Hey, Ian, what's going on? The audio very line up with what with what I've seen you paint. Oh yeah, for sure. Ban Chief. Also, if you guys don't follow Ian, please make sure you do. Another awesome miniature painter and artist here on Twitch. Hey, Sig, what's going on, man? Hey, Away Rain, what's going on? Probably sorry, but I like to paint more than that build. I totally get that. The Ban Chiefs takes me back. It's true. G, we're gonna be pending some. We're gonna. Well, I think I have a timeout here, but let me see here. I have to wait another minute and 30 seconds, but if you guys want some more good variety content and video games and whatnot, Jeef is a super fun stream to hang out with, I guess, hang out with, yeah, whatever. But go follow Jeef too. Let's see. Do you like some more grim dark fantasy? Oh yeah. I like the paint and kit bash. Nice. I like the I don't know if I would necessarily say I'm like, when it comes to kit bashing, I kind of have a hard time saying that I like to kit bash. I think when it comes to everything, I just prefer painting, but when there's an idea that I have or something I want to see that isn't there, I just have to do it. And so that's where a lot of my kind of kit bashing and reposing and things like that comes in. Okay, we got a nice dark pity. Perfect. Try kit bashing a lot, but then I play works. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say I like kit bashing as much as I like just like resculpting and reposing and things like that. I don't think that technically counts as a kit bash because I'm not using pieces from other kits. But I have a whole tackle box over here with multiple shelves that's just all Conquest bits and stuff that I haven't used yet. In fact, I need to add more to it. It's mostly spires, but there's a lot. All right, so we got a nice dark gray on the fur, kind of a bluish hue. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna try a little bit of a dry brush, I think. What I'm going to, so we had the green gray, we had the anthracite gray as well, and I'm going to add in just a little bit of this graphene gray because we don't want it to be too blue. So I'm going to mute for just a moment while I use my paint mixer because it is loud. All right, that should be good. And I'm just going to get a little bit of that on the palette as well. And honestly, I'm only going to need a tiny little bit of mixture of the other paint for this one, just so it keeps a little bit of that blue hue. It stays a nice gray color. So we're going to do a little bit of kind of dry brushing here. So for those who may not know, dry brushing, typically you want to get a nice kind of roundish brush. I like the rounded top ones. There are some that are kind of flat, like makeup brushes. You can use makeup brushes and stuff for it too, and it works perfectly fine. But you want to dry off the paint a bit, not completely. If you dry it off completely, you're going to get this look that's just very, very dusty, I'd say. And we don't want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to just, especially with all this texture that's here, we're just going to do a little bit of dry brushing. In fact, let's get a little bit more of that in there. There we go. And the reason we're doing this so early is because it's going to get everywhere. So you really just want to make sure that you keep it on the recesses and don't try to dig into the crevasses too much, because we really just want that just to kind of highlight on the outside. Whose army is a thick pig from? It is from the Nords. One of the cool things about their faction is that they have probably more beasts than any other faction. The Droon come very close with their with all their dinosaurs, but Droon have they have all those different dinos, but the Nords have war pigs. They have the Vargar, which are wolf men. They have, what else do they have? They have I believe they're called, it's pronounced the Ugir, which are kind of like these troll guys. They have trolls, just straight up trolls, as well. So if you like, especially Norse mythology, the Nords are the faction for you. You gotta get those little piggy cheeks. I was just a little bummed that they didn't have a little curly tail, but I get it. Going to lurk. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your thing. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. But yeah, next month we'll be working on some of the new faction, the Euroni. And if you guys haven't seen those, we could take a break here in just a moment and check those out, because I was planning on doing that anyway, and I am so excited for the faction. I already built my army list. I already pre-ordered a bunch of the minis. Like, I am rearing and ready to go. Okay, so we got a nice kind of base, and I'm actually being a little bit more wild with this brush as well, because I'm trying to get some texture in there. You can use dry brushing as a technique to get some nice textures here and there, which is really which I highly recommend. Okay, so we got, you see the grays are kind of showing through. It's pretty good, not too bad. You can see some of the areas in there where the recesses are, which is perfect. That's what we want. Hey, Drago, what's going on? I'll take my yokai any day of the week. Yeah, buddy. I'm so excited. Also, did you see the army list for the Euroni army? One, I love the fact that you can have the modular units, so you can use like any unit with any, like, you can basically put together a piecemeal unit, although it has to be at least half of one type of unit, which is fine. And you can only have 8 of them. But Parallel heckin' blindsided me. I know. Honestly, I was surprised. I've heard, I've been lucky enough to have conversations with a lot of the Parabellum folks, and word can get around pretty easily. I was expecting to see something like, we have some factions that have been talked about and kind of confirmed in the rumor mill as incoming, and we all know the Weavers are going to be coming one day, and the Quiet was just previewed, the first Quiet mini, which is really neat, but I honestly wasn't sure what to expect. And as soon as that same day saw the preview post with the kind of ukiyo style Japanese painting in the background, I was like, I'm in. I'm sold. I don't know what it is, but I'm sold on it. So you have 2 the same or 2 plus 1 different. So for the way, you know what? Let's do a little dive, shall we? Let's see here. So I took this from someone else who made a list that I just tweaked a little bit. But this is my army list that I'm basing mine on, and you can have what they call modular regiments, right? So a modular regiment, I believe. Can I see the army rules here? Oh, actually, no. There was the modular regiments rule. So modular regiments. God, I love this app. So the modular regiments are basically, it can the units can consist of different unit types. So, you know, when you have the spires, you can only have force-grown drones within a unit of force-grown drones outside of a character. In this army, it's a little different. You can have a stand of the Tengu, for example. You can have a stand of the Tengu inside of a modular unit of the those are the Tengu, of the Kappa, for example. So, kind of case in point, this modular unit has a leader, and you have to declare your leader, which is the Kappa Bushi for this one. And then I have an Oni Ayakashi in here, but then another Kappa Bushi, because the other restriction you have, so the restrictions for the modular units are that there has to be a leader, and you have to have that leader, whatever the leader is, the modular unit has to be at least half of that same type of unit, or more. And then outside of that, you can have in whatever other unit characters and stuff you want. But you can only have 8 of these modular units in an army. So if you field an army with more than 8 stands, then or 8 units, then all the other units have to be specifically that type of unit. So this army that I have here is completely modular, except for the monsters, basically. More than half. Okay, yeah, the actual wording likely is more than half. Let's see. Yeah, and then they're activated by the ideal cards instead of their own thing. So they're going to come with the ideal cards, which is pretty cool. And they all gain the Enlightened special rule, which is kind of cool. They have an opt-out sequence, or an out-of-sequence rally or combat rally at the end of an action that caused them to break, which is amazing. Really excited for that. But yeah, so I have some modular regiments like Kappa Bushi with an Oni Ayakashi, just a Tengu Bushi unit, you know, Origami Warriors like unit. Those aren't really all that modular. But then you have other ones as well, but lots of really cool things. But the one thing I'm super excited about is the Jorogumo. For those of you who may not be into Japanese mythology too much, Jorogumo is one of my and Sig here in the chat will probably be able to tell you. The Jorogumo is one of my favorite Japanese mythological yokai creatures. It's so cool. It's basically half spider, half woman. Typically, obviously Parabellum does their own twists on some stuff, so it might be a little different. But it's basically a big spider centaur creature, and the fact that it's a monster too, I'm super excited about. So lots of really cool stuff. And for those who haven't seen these yet, I figure why don't we go ahead and just show those off. Well, not all of these, but we have some really amazing minis coming out, especially for the 100 Kingdoms. I'm so glad that they are getting their rework. I personally love this miniature. I have a love-hate relationship with this. Not really hate. I have a love and, like a Drider? Yeah, exactly, like a Drider. But I love that they have this now, and I love that they have a monster option now for the 100 Kingdoms. But I did kind of enjoy the fact that they were just like regular humans with, fighting these big monsters and stuff. But this is an amazing sculpt and unit. I'm excited to see this on the battlefield. And of course, the reworks of the Men-at-Arms is amazing. Just 100 Kingdoms refresh is just chef's kiss. But then, of course, we have the Yoroni, and they have Kitsune in it, which are amazing. The Yoroni Daimyo, it looks really good. I think this is basically just like a big Oni ogre guy with a helmet, which is perfectly fine. Ask them to make faction patches. I love that idea, actually. I'll have to ask them about that, because that would be really cool. Because get this symbol or something on a patch. I've actually been looking. I have army carrying cases that have like Velcro stuff, so you can put like Velcro patches on. I would absolutely 100% be getting Conquest ones to put on there if I could. I love this guy with his big Kisaru pipe and everything. It's really cool. And the Tetsubo, oh, looks so good. And so the other Kitsune that we showed off before is this is going to be the Artisan Series one. It's going to be limited edition just for the release. So if you want to get it, pre-order it. That is like the easiest way you can guarantee. I don't know how long they're going to be making these, but I ordered one. I might be ordering a second, just because it's a really, really amazing sculpt. Also, the pinned comment here, if you want to get 10% off on any pre-orders or any orders that you do, you can use the code Walter's Workshop, just as a heads up. Give you a little discount, you know. But these sculpts, or these two variant sculpts, are going to be like the official ones going forward, which also look phenomenal. I love the like pose, kind of like rising up and floating a little bit. It's got that like that Dragon Ball Z kind of, you know, flight, especially with the hair. I think that's like firmly placed into like Dragon Ball Z awesomeness. The Dormaru Damashi are really cool. They're basically spirit possessed armors. I love, my favorite part of this, I'm really excited to see the team, the Parabellum team paint these, because I love their use of negative space. There are not a lot of miniatures out there in the world, especially for wargaming, that will be that care to use that kind of negative space. But if you look, there's just completely like, there's no section here for the arm, but you just kind of assume that it's some sort of ethereal, you know, creepiness going on. And these are not final sculpts either, but even still, really, really cool. I love their use of this negative space. And then the ribbons and stuff that are going down, we haven't seen an official painting yet, but I already have a plan for mine. I don't know if you've seen those kind of like Shinto, I believe, styles of little like talismans. They're just kind of long strips of paper with like writing down them. I'm hoping to do all of mine in that kind of like parchment with the writing down, all of those, which is probably a little extra, I guess, but and it's going to be a pain writing characters throughout all these ribbons and stuff. But I think it would look really cool, personally. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And if the Parabellum painter team is watching, you have full you can fully steal that idea for the official paint jobs on these. Yeah, the freehand's going to be pretty insane. A lot of people are showing the catalog too, like the Dormaru Damashi. Nice. Floating Illusion is dope. Yeah, exactly. It's really impressive. The sculptors really outdid themselves on this. On all these figures, to be honest. I could just brag about this company all day long. But yeah, the Kami Ayakashi. I love these guys. I actually, when I first saw them, I was like, eh. But the more I look at them, the more I'm like, you know what? I love these big dudes, like these just big old monsters, especially with the big like masks on their chest. Like, look at this guy right here. Look at that. That's gonna be so much fun to paint. Just this big old wicked grin. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. These are all kind of ridiculous, and I love it. Big boys just out on the town looking for a good time. That's right. Look, maybe getting a scrap. The Kappabushi also look really cool. I can't tell if they have turtle shells on their back or not. I kind of hope they do, but honestly, even if they don't, these sculpts are amazing anyway. but I do hope that they'll have some turtle shells on there. A kappa are another one of my favorite Japanese mythological creatures, so I was really happy to see that they were included. For those who don't know, kappa are extremely keen on cucumbers, and at least in Japanese mythology, they're extremely keen on cucumbers, and they have a little dent in their head that they fill with water. I think it's water, could be something else, but they have to keep that full at all times. I believe that has something to do with giving them like magic powers or something. So I don't know if we'll get that far. It looks like this sculpt right here may show some of its bare head. I'm not sure in the back instead of just having this ornamentation, but who knows? We'll see. And the Oni Ayakashi as well. These look a little bit more like your traditional Oni, right? Pretty wicked looking guys. Also very polite, bow to them and they will bow back and pour out all the water on their head. Oh, poor little folks. That's adorable. Yeah, big stompy muscle men. Dig it. The Tengu. I was really happy to see that they included some Tengu as well. I don't know as much in traditional Japanese mythology about the Tengu, but I believe many of them are like shapeshifters and typically have lots of wisdom and experience to give people. They're like very good artisans and stuff. Probably why they have like a shamisen on his back here. It's kind of like a Japanese banjo. And the one thing I thought was really interesting too, and I was trying to pick out what bird this was, right? Or what bird this was based on. And I figured it out actually this past week because I went to go see a movie called Flow. And it was an animated movie. There's no dialogue. It's all about these animals traversing this adventure with these animals. And one of the animals is this bird. Very tall, very, cool looking bird. And they had this same type of kind of frill feathers in the back. And it made me realize that these are based on a bird called the secretary bird. So you can look that up, which is really interesting. I think in traditional Japanese mythology, they're often depicted as like cranes or ravens or owls and things like that. But I thought it was a really cool idea to go with the secretary bird style. And I will likely try to do some sculpting to give one like a raven beak or something. I think it would be kind of cool. But we'll see. And of course, we have the Founders exclusive Bound of the Elements. This is one of the coolest sculpts I think they've ever done. Just like popping out of the genie lamp with all the different elements going around it and both the different types of heads. And it has like, I forget what this weapon's called. It was like a puncturing weapon in the Middle East. But they also have this really cool staff as well as an option. So really cool set. It's going to be limited to, I think they said 777 pieces. So if you are keen on any sort of display piece or even if not for a display piece, potentially doing like if you play Sorcerer Kings, then this might be this would be a must-have for me if I was playing Sorcerer Kings. But I'm very close to jumping on board just so I can get the Founders exclusive. Qatar, thank you. That's what it's called, Qatar. So, but yeah, awesome stuff. New one-player starter sets. Love to see it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and the two-player starter set is going to have the Uroni as well. I mean, come on. You're going to be getting some dinos. You're going to be getting some Japanese mythological, yokai. It's going to be pretty amazing. I only remember because they were in Diablo 2. Oh, very nice. It's been a minute since I've played Diablo. Yeah, releasing in March, so this should be ready if you have a friend who's keen on getting in and likes some dinosaurs, or if you like dinosaurs and vice versa. This might be the go-to. Going to be releasing in March, so I believe they'll have sets of these in time for Adepticon for those going to Adepticon. But then they also have the First Blood cohort as well. This should be enough to get you a full set of basically all the basically everything that you could put into a into a First Blood game. So pretty cool. Comes with one of the Oni, Ayakashi, 2 Tengu, 1 Kappa, 3 of the I keep wanting to say Dormammu, but I know that's not right. But lots of cool stuff. But we are definitely going to be painting some of this stuff up next month as well. So don't forget to check that out. But right now, we're painting the Golter. I believe it's pronounced Golter. I could be wrong. But how's it going, Aramac? Hope things are going well. Hope you guys are having a good, chill weekend. We got some nice kind of grays going on here. We're likely going to work into things a little bit more shadow, but actually, we're just going to work up kind of a bluish gray piggy, I think. Let's see, this Eclipse gray is a little too dark. What else can we use for this? We can go with... So the graphene gray is pretty much where we're at right now, but we want to go for kind of a bluish gray. So likely what we're just going to do is just this good old graphite. It's pretty bright, so I'm going to dilute it with the one that we have already. Nibla, how's it going? Hello, working on Yindak Sky Piercer. Nice. I actually, oh, mine's back in the case over there. But I did the Sky Piercer Yindak for last month's Colors of Conquest. Do you want to see? Because I was able to get, I was pretty happy with the turnout that I was able to get out of it for, what was it, about 3 or 4 hour stream. It was kind of quicker since it was December. Yeah? All right, let's go ahead and take a look real quick. Get up over here. Get into my miniature case here. Oh, there we go. Shut this door a little bit as well so there's not as much noise coming through. Okay. Getting some Dwagone primed. Nice. Very nice. So this is my Sky Piercer Yindak that we worked on. And for this one, again, I was kind of on a little bit of a time crunch. Mostly because it was December and had some Christmas stuff to do. So I was trying, we do a minimum of a 3 hour stream each time we do this, but I wanted to make sure that I got something nice and done. But I don't know why. Should I put the turban on him? After all, he has perfect hair. Honestly, I had the same thought. I love the fact that the turban comes as an extra piece and that he has a really nice, just kind of bald head. And without the turban, you know who he looks like with the bald head? He really looks like the guy who played one of the dwarves in the Hobbit movie. I'm trying to remember which dwarf it was. I think the actor's name is like McTavish or something. It's very Scottish, I think. Let's see. His name is, I might be completely wrong. Oh, I was right. Holy crap. Graham McTavish, who played Dwalin. For some reason to me, when you have this guy without the turban, like with his nice kind of coiffed beard and everything like that, he definitely gives me the vibes of Graham McTavish from The Hobbit. So, right? It looks just like him, doesn't it? Crazy. But, yeah. But yeah, so since we were kind of doing a quicker stream, I decided to go with kind of a darker thing to really also highlight the like shine coming out of his hand. You can see how like my hand's glowing right now, kind of like that effect, right? So I wanted to do kind of a hard line of light coming down here, so you can see even there, like from this angle, oh yeah, the light hits even the trident and everything really well, but you can see it gets a kind of a sharp cutoff. On this side, it's barely even bright at all. So he kind of has this like brightness coming through that you can see. This very strong light colors coming down and everything. So It was a really fun one to paint. I'm super excited. I got the other kit for the Nords and the Old Dominion. I'm going to be getting every single narrative kit because I love that they are making miniatures of characters and that they're hopefully going to be featuring more of these characters in the lore and stuff upcoming. Because that is something I've been talking to them for a while about. Is that characters can just, it'd be such a big, like, I'd love to see more characters so we have like folks to kind of attach to a little bit, you know what I mean? There it is. Just looking for my paint. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Perfect. If you had a bigger belly, it'd look like 70% of the people at tournaments. Bald, beard, and belly. Alright, what brush do we want to use? Let's use this one. Mirror packs are super cool. They have a popular mount. Yes, nice. I really, so unfortunately for me, I have a Spire's army, and my second army is going to be the Uroni. Neither of which have a narrative kit yet, unfortunately. So, or narrative characters. What I really want is if we could try to petition. Also, I know it's not going to work because the narrative kits, they have to be single stand characters. Like they can't be medium sized or anything like that, or else they'll be kind of just too expensive, really. But I really want them to do an Avatara in the style of the one that I kit bashed mine in, because obviously I'm biased. But I really want a General Grievous style 4-armed Avatara general. I'm absolutely biased on it, but also it would have been cool to see the Gorgon if she was like a medium creature with like a snake body and everything. But you know, I totally get that, though. It's not easy to. The General Grievous Avatar is very good. Thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. Oh man, like, oh, could you imagine? Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. We're cooking here. We got General Grievous style Avatara, right? Okay, 4 arms, you know, all that stuff. 100 Kingdoms Sakari. 100 Kingdoms Sakari, one of the warrior monks with his big old sword in the robes. We have, I think, a perfect recipe for General Kenobi versus General Grievous right there. I think that's a great idea. Maribellum, let's talk. Oh man, that'd be such a wicked kit. I'd like to see a dragon for the Uroni. I don't think we will, considering the lore and kind of how the dragons are, but I would definitely like to see some sort of celestial style dragon for sure. But I'm biased because I love dragons. What about the Conungir for Kenobi? Oh, that's actually a good idea. I didn't think about that. That could be really nice. Archangel's Kenobi. Oh my god. That would, if we have an Archangel's Kenobi and a massive 4-armed, like, Siegebreaker Behemoth as Grievous, we could have a Star Wars Kaiju battle. All right, so just as a recap real quick before I get back into it, into the chat, I'm just kind of working on some of the highlights here and working out those a little bit because we don't want to highlight everything. We just want to highlight kind of the main areas here. And we're also going to just kind of drag this across with a little bit of paint on it. And trying to get as thin as possible. That way we can kind of simulate fur. And we'll do this probably a few times. But doing these kind of smaller, thinner lines will help kind of give it the effect of fur, which is really cool. They call it Kino gear. Right, turn on the music for Mortal Kombat, right? I'm gonna have to give my Konongear a bright blue sword now. Thank you. You're welcome. Absolutely. So if we ever do battle and I bring on my General Grievous, then we'll have to have a showdown. Yeah, no, I think this is a I think this is an excellent idea. Okay. Luckily, with a lot of these fur pieces, we can really, not technically dry brush, but we can kind of get away with a somewhat dry brush of sorts, just to kind of get some of that texture in there. We're just really light about it. Just kind of drag the paintbrush atop the fur. So we can get all those nice highlights and stuff that we were talking about earlier. There we go. Okay. And I'm not super worried about getting the paint in other places right now. Like, I'm totally marking up where, like, the cloth and stuff is and all these, like, leather straps are and stuff. And that's totally okay, because we're going to be going back over that anyway. Again, we're going for just kind of a nice, solid, like, tabletop look, right? So, worried about you getting paint in other places? I mean, it's just, that's just an eventuality of life when you paint is this much. You just got to accept that paint's going to show up in unexpected places. Like my drinking cup. And it's definitely not because I confused my paint water cup with my drinking cup. Classic, right? Okay, the other key thing to remember is that a lot of these are going to be in the shadows, right? We don't want necessarily every single hair and cluster of hair to be painted to the exact same level of brightness. So I'm not quite as worried about it right now, but here very soon, we're just going to start leaving some areas just without a lot of those highlights. And that's going to be okay. But is anybody going to Adepticon? Because if so, I will be there in orange, as always. And I hope that I'll be able to see you guys there. Ava Axe, how's it going? Oh, Aramac, you're going to be helping out the Parabellum booth. Awesome. Please make sure that when you see me come by, because I will probably be coming by quite often. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to them about whether or not I'll be helping out there or not, but I will definitely be there quite a bit throughout the weekend, no doubt. So please make sure that you stop me and say hi. And then I'm planning on doing the Nova Open again. And typically I help out at the booth there for the Nova Open. So unless plans change, I'll absolutely be there and doing that. Those so far are the only two confirmed miniature conventions I'll be doing so far this year. Will do, absolutely. Sweet. So I use a mug of rum or other alcohol. It doesn't look like a jar of water. It's safe that way. Yeah, well, I was lucky enough that I keep my drinking cup over here and my paint cup over there, and they're also vastly different. This was an old, oddly enough, actually it'll be easier to see here in this camera. It looks like a little drinking mug, right? But it was actually filled with mustard when I bought it. But I bought it specifically. I was like, well, I could use some mustard, but also I want that as a paint cup. So it's my paint cup. And then this is my little, my drinking chalice. Yes. So they're quite different in terms of what they are. So it works out pretty well. Okay. So again, we're doing kind of this mix of the graphite from Scale Color and well, it's primarily graphene gray, but it's also a little, just a teeny hint of anisite gray. So that is what's giving us these kind of nice little highlights that we got going on here. And now again, this is gonna be kind of hard to see, but I'm gonna do my best to show it to you. Let me see if we're gonna zoom in. We're just gonna be dragging the brush along just a little bit, trying to flatten it out a bit here, and just doing little pulls like that. And we're not going to go all the way down inside of there because these are just kind of highlights. But that should give us a nice, so we can be a little more frugal, or I guess frugal is not the right word. But since these are going to be kind of more in the light, we can absolutely go with that up there. Perfect. So just give us a tiny little bit of highlight there. And then we're going to do the same thing on his wee belly. It's going to pull along one brush stroke at a time. It's totally okay to do longer pulls on it. But you can get some real good texture if you kind of vary it a bit. So that's pretty good there. Not too bad. You see a little texture kind of gives us like air of fur that's going on. Do the same thing for this one on this side. Ooh, that was a little bit strong. I need to get some of the brush off there. And again, I'm not going all the way down into the bottom of the belly. And I'm not even filling in every single tiny space up here either. Because if I do that, it'll just become all one big color, which is fine, but it won't show any texture. So you gotta kind of just go through a little bit at a time, just tiny little brush strokes and a little bit of patience, and you get a really cool looking texture. Kind of makes it look like fur. Let's see. Ooh. You can kind of do the same up and down here. There we go. And really just kind of think about where like you want the fur to go, right? So it's going to kind of like wrap around down this direction towards the belly. If you think about it, a lot of like fur tends to kind of center around like a belly button typically. So a lot of this fur is going to be heading straight back down the belly. This one's going to be going over there. And we're just going to do some highlights up here as well. Some of these kind of furry options. And the other thing that we're going to go into here in just a little bit too, to consider, is that a lot of hair and fur kind of has some stronger highlights, right? Because when like hair gets in the sun, you can see this nice little shine on it, especially with fur, because fur typically has a bit more like of an oily nature to it. So we're going to get some good, we're going to get some good shine in there, I think. Or not, we'll see. Okay. And again, we're definitely going to want to get some of that fur pattern up here towards the top. Perfect. And this is not going to be the final highlight. We still got a little bit more to do, so bear with me, or bore with me. Yeah, I'll stick to miniature painting and not comedy. But I am hoping here soon, if anyone is in the Virginia area or the Carolinas area, I'll be hoping to get some games in here, especially after I get the Uroni army ready to go. Okay, so since this is going to be kind of reflecting downwards, right? We want more of those highlights on the outermost recess and even kind of up here a bit more. So Just a little bit of texture goes such a long way. Perfect. Got to get these well-maintained glutes. That's actually an interesting point. Where do I want... What direction do I want the furry glutes to look? Guess we'll continue kind of going... down this direction here. There we go. Oop. That's okay. I think we can do without this handle for right now. Okay, so we kind of have this hair kind of pulling down this direction, which I think should work out. Kind of a natural progression of the body hair a little bit. And then, of course, gotta get going on his little furry feet. The texture's looking great. Hey, Didner, what's going on? Thank you. Yeah, we're going for just a little bit of a furry nature, considering. That's the great thing about it too, is if you just kind of do it a second time, it just starts getting all that texture in there again. And honestly, I feel like that's kind of the best way to go about it, is to kind of make sure you get a few layers of the texture on there. Because if you're able to just get a few little layers, it'll go really, really well, typically. The other thing to consider also is that aside from the hair that is texturized, we don't want this hair to be super long either. So just kind of doing these smaller strokes. We don't want to drag it all the way down the belly and stuff like that. We just want to keep it just up enough around these areas up here. And you can use a smaller brush to do this as well. That's perfectly fine. But as long as it has a good tip on it, you should be perfectly fine. But it's going to be one of those things, you know, practice. And you can even take, like, if you just take, honestly, you can even practice on, like, your own finger and stuff. Just get some nice lines going down and just kind of drag those like that. Work out pretty well. But yeah, next I'm not sure, because we're going for about an hour and a half. We'll finish up this fur, take a short break, then get back into painting this guy, I think. And then from there, towards the end of the stream, we will announce who are the 9 runner-ups and the winner of the December Colors of Conquest online competition. And I have seen them. Gotta say, they are pretty amazing. Everyone kind of came out in force this past month for sure. Also, one thing that I found out recently, which made me a little bummed that I wasn't able to go to LVO, but they, Army Painter specifically, is doing an army painting competition. And I'm not talking about like a normal painting competition, a full army. So if you bring an army and submit it, they will rate the entire army as a cohesive entry. And I am so excited about that. Because I want to enter my Spire's army. So next year, I think I'm going to have to try to do that. Yeah, because we don't really have a dedicated, like, full-fledged army painting competition. You know, there's like armies on parade and stuff like that, you know, in other various areas, but there's not like, it's not like one big one, you know, especially that will allow you to enter from everything. So I'm really excited about that. That sounds pretty neat, right? I'm pretty excited about it. But I think they're only going to be doing it at next year's LVO, so I think likely I'll just have to go to LVO next year. Twist my arm, why don't you? Now, LVO has been one of those things I've been wanting to go to for a long time, especially because it kind of is, especially quickly turning into kind of a bit more of an intense miniature painting focus for competitions, especially since this year the Veracruz Vault is opening up there, and I'm really trying to work hard to get some pieces into the museum. And even better is if I can get some pieces of Conquest into the museum, because I think that'd be a ton of fun. Which is one of the reasons why I'm working on that Quaddle and doing so much work on it. Hey, Deb, what's going on? We're just texturizing some pigs. Gotta make sure this pork is nice and textured. Gotta make sure to get all that fur on there. Oh, I almost forgot his nose. Got your nose. Yeah, true. Okay. So you got some good black fur texture in there. It's coming along pretty good. We're going to do probably one more highlight. Kind of make this a grayish pitty. Good to see you in a couple months. Yes, I officially confirmed this past week. Got my flights booked. My hotel was already booked way in advance. But I will be at Adepticon for the full time. I will be leaving Sunday in the afternoon, but I will be arriving Wednesday. Should be early enough there for the content creators meetup. Unless something catastrophic happens. And yeah, I'm just going to be hanging out. I'm actually not really bringing a whole lot of stuff to enter. I had worked on some stuff for some other various miniature painting competitions, but I'm not likely going to have them done in time. So I'm going to try to bring in one or two things, but other than that, I'm just going to be hanging out, maybe filming some content, that kind of stuff. You bringing a cig? That's up to him. He's got a place if he can swing it. All for the low, low price of cuddles. Non-negotiable. So you see, yeah, same here. I will be in my finest orange. Okay, let's see here. It's gonna get a tiny little bit in there, nothing too crazy. Also, another thing I heard, which gave me so much joy this past week, I was hanging out in some other streams, and I had a few other people who were like, "Oh, I made sure to get like this like there's I think Spark mentioned that she was getting a pink tracksuit, and that Gravenly mentioned that they went and got these like green hoodies, and I think Thunderhead mentioned that he's going to be getting a purple tracksuit, and I'm just like, please, everybody get these full-fledged colored tracksuits, and we'll be like miniature painting Power Rangers. It'll be so amazing. Sig does make it. Hopefully he doesn't break my wedding ring this time. Oh, what? I don't remember that happening. Okay. One more highlight on the fur. I think we're going to be good there. So we're going to go back in with our graphite. We're not going to be doing just a pure graphite color, though. We are still going to blend it in, but it's going to be more heavy on the graphite than it is the other one. And we're really not going to be doing... Again, we're just going to be trying to keep it to the outer areas, right? You want a beer bottle for me and it broke? Oh, that's right. I remember that. So I say I forgot about that for a hot minute. Good little texture on the little nosy there. Still have the bork ring. Nice. We're just going to add a little bit more brightness because it is getting brighter, which is good, but not quite enough. There we go. Just kind of being very careful about where we're placing these highlights. You can see it kind of goes through here and kind of over here because that's where a lot of the stuff is sticking out, but not fully in the rest of it. There we go. But how are things going in the world of Deb? Hopefully all is well. How's the Quantum project been going? Been busy? Totally get that. Quantum project is going. It is a little intense. I'll show you here in just a second. But it is going. Not quite to the painting stage yet, but the reposing and the reposing is pretty much finished. I just need to get on the finish the sculpting and attaching everything and doing a bit more editing to it. Oh Lord. So this is it from the top down. There we go. Here we go. Right there. But it's going to be looking kind of like this. So, pretty happy with it so far. Still got a lot. You're ambitious, sir. Yeah. But I just had the idea in my head that I wanted to like have, you know, the rider off of it and kind of overlooking the horizon with his steed kind of thing. So The Dinotopia and artwork from the Dragons of Pern, I think it was called. I used to see the covers for as a kid a lot, and they're kind of what gave me the inspiration for it. Or Perth? Pern? One of the two. Pern, yes, thank you. Yeah, I never read them, but my mom did. She's a big fan, and so had a bunch of their books. So I'd see all the covers and stuff when I was growing up. It's like first thought was Dinotopia. Yeah, because there's so many awesome images in Dinotopia of like not of of like the dragons not in action and just kind of like being around in the world, and I really like that concept. Or dragons, the dinosaurs, and so I wanted to see a little bit more of that. Okay, we gotta remember, we don't want to go full ham on all the highlights. Gotta keep them to the raised areas. Still working in that texture. You know what I'd actually like to see, now I'm thinking about it? I would like to see a diorama of 3 of these war pigs fighting one of the Vargir, like wolf lords. Can somebody please make that happen? Let's see. There we go. Get some of that good texture in there. Gotta remember to make sure your brush is nice and releasing super well in order to get those nice kind of clean lines too. Because otherwise it'll get all bunched up. And again, we don't want to fill in the full area either. We're just kind of painting in like layers a little bit. Did I just mark this up? I did a little bit. That's okay. So basically every time I make a layer, we just paint a little less each time, making sure that the brighter layers stay on the outside. Especially making sure to come down from like the top to the bottom usually helps. There we go. So the texture's going in pretty good. Not too shabby. This may turn out to be a slightly grayer piggy than originally anticipated, but that's okay. Okay, come on. There we go. Oh, nope, 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 nope. So in the chat, we've had a few folks who mentioned that they were working on some Dwag, and someone else is painting the gold tier as well. I'm pretty sure that's how it's pronounced, the gold tier. This is going to be the hardest thing for me about this game, is getting all the pronunciations right. Also playing, because I'm not... if you ever play Conquest against me, enjoy your win. I don't try to lose, but I was saying the gaming part of wargaming is never typically my forte. Interminis, how's it going? Such unbelievable confidence. No, I really am terrible at I mean, well, I suppose it may not be a fair comparison necessarily, because those guys play all the time, but if it's like, case in point, Tycho on Play on Tabletop wiped the floor with me. But I also know I'm playing a slightly more intense army when it comes to strategies and stuff, and I'm the type of player where I like to have a few neat activities and strategies I can do, but I need them to be able to hold their own a bit. Which is why I'm really excited for the Euroni being a bit more beginner friendly. But how's it going, Intro Minis? I hope you're doing well. Pinsley Minis, how's it going? From Madrid. Very cool. Welcome in. How are you doing? I try to keep this time. The reason we do this stream at like 1 o'clock or so is because I'm trying to keep it available for like anybody to join in from most time zones. I know that in Asian countries it's not going to be that easily accessible, sadly, but I feel like when we started about 1 o'clock, at least folks in the evening in Europe should be able to tune in if they'd like. Okay, we got some great textures going on in this fur so far. We are really close to being done with it. We're probably just going to do one more highlight here, and I think we'll be done with that. We are about 2 hours in. Doing great. How about you? I'm doing awesome, man. I'm getting to paint some pigs, and I'm super excited for the new Euroni coming out. I'm like already trying to think of cool color schemes and stuff to do for it, and working on some diorama pieces for Conquest. It's a whole lots of fun. Looking for company while I paint. Well, happy to be here for you. English is a bit bad. It's difficult for me to understand, but I love watching people paint. Well, that's great. I have no doubt that your English is better than my any other language. But I appreciate you coming in, and hope that me painting here can help you paint there. Before we continue, though, I would like to take just a 2-minute break, and I will be back. Paintbrushes do lots of talking, that's right. But we're going to finish the fur when I get back and get started on the metallics and the cloth. And I just need to take a quick bio break and get a refill on my drink, and we will be back. So don't go anywhere. We will be, and because afterwards as well, we are going to be doing the reveals for the December winners of hashtag Colors of Conquest. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, and we're back. Those are some great action shots from in play. Yeah, so I put the video together in the cool, like, paint swipes and lines and stuff, and thankfully they have a really cool media kit for just lots of nice pictures and stuff. And so I just took all those and worked them in. It took crazy long to make that video, mostly because the export takes forever, because it's individually making every frame like illustrated basically. So it took forever, but it was a ton of fun. And same thing with the intro and outro. I am really, really proud of that video. It took me a long time to edit that together. It has lots of cool artwork from Parabellum. So if you stay to the end of the, actually, I think there's a clip of it here in Twitch. If you look at the videos and the clips and stuff, there should be a clip of just the intro. It's like the Colors of Conquest intro that should be saved on here. But if you wait to the end of the stream, you'll see it again too. So worth it. Looks great. Nice. Using the translator to be able to communicate better. Awesome. I just picked up the brushes again after a few years without painting due to health issues. Where are you from? Oh, well, I'm glad that you're able to pick up the brushes again. Hopefully your health issues are resolving in a good way. But I am from the East Coast in the USA, in Virginia, which is kind of in the middle. If you look all the way down to Florida and all the way up to like Maine, I'm just pretty much right smack dab in the middle, right below Washington, D.C. Not right below, but pretty close. So, hold on just a second here real quick. I'm getting up some reference color photos because I promised a friend of mine that I would paint him one of these boars, and I want to paint it like his army. So he has some purples and some greens in there. So I'm going to try to work those in a little bit. But also want to get some of this going here. There we go. Just turn that down. Perfect. Okay. There we go. All right, so now we're going to do the final highlights on this fur. Are you very active in painting and streaming? Yes. I stream here once a month, and I stream on my channel twice a week, usually. A little later in the day, in Mondays and Wednesdays. But if you... let me see if I can do a shout out for myself. But that is my main channel. I stream there all the time. And if you want to follow along with my other social media accounts as well, I think this will work. I could be wrong. We'll find out. But those are all of my other socials. I post there as actively as I can. So feel free to give me a follow there if you'd like as well. Hey, Voxel Forge, what's going on? How do you decide on colors to use? I feel like I struggle with picking good color combinations. Okay. So, when it comes to colors, it depends on what I'm working on. And honestly, that's something I'm trying to get better at. Because I see these really immaculate, especially for fantasy, right? So for fantasy figures, just follow. Thank you, Rosario. I appreciate that. When it comes to fantasy, you have a lot more leeway to paint cool colors, right? And in sci-fi as well. So, I mean, you can go from like really intense lighting effects and stuff like Skypiercer Yendak here, more realistic looking stuff, to more fantasy style stuff like these guys are not finished yet. I'm reworking them a little bit, but like my Spires kind of pearly look here. You can see I'm going to be working on some gold trim on their armor, to kind of match these kind of dark greenish gold, metals. But, you can really have a lot of fun with it. But, in determining what colors I want to do, it really depends on what I'm painting. I am trying to get more into the wilder, more intense colors, kind of breaking the mold a little bit. In fact, I signed up for a class at Adepticon with Katarina Gorska. I can't pronounce her name very well. I've only ever read it, so But Kaha Miniatures is a phenomenal painter, and she very clean work. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I got into a Kaha class. I'm really excited about it. But mostly because I'm trying to break out of the standard colors, if that makes sense. But really, I'm quite comfortable in picking colors in general just because I look at real life, if that makes sense. I'll do a little research, like for boar, like this. I went and looked up what different colors of boars are. So there are a lot of browns. There are a few kind of black boars and stuff, but you can kind of get away with stuff being a little more out there too with just fur in general. So this kind of grayish color is going to work really well to kind of simulate a bit more of a darker color. But when it comes to cloth or clothing, you can really go all over the place, which is fun, which is one of the fun aspects. So there's like a cloth underneath this armor here, and then there are some strips of cloth here, as well as the kind of standard like leather. So I'm going to try to work in my friend's army. Nord's army has green and kind of a royal purple, so I'm going to try to likely do, I don't know if I'll do the purple up here back here, but I'm going to do, I think I might do the purple back here and do the green up here, I think will be the move. But then the rest is pretty easy. It's just different metallics, and then different leather colors and things like that. So, or actually I might do both this cloth and then this in purple, and then do all these straps in green. That might work. That way I don't really have to go with the leather color either, which would be kind of neat. So last time I tried to go off strip, I painted something green and brown. It looked up stupid, like a stupid Ninja Turtle. Honestly, sometimes that happens still. But the thing to keep in mind also is you can go online, and I'll show you here. There's a really neat handy dandy tool that you can use, which is like a color wheel. And color wheels are really great. Oh, but it's on the wrong side. I'm blocking it. So let me turn off my camera here real quick so you can see the full thing. There we go. But so in the color wheel, you can kind of pick and choose what colors you want to do, right? So like if I wanted to paint my army, so like purple and green clearly are complementary colors, which really works out well for this color scheme. You can go with complementary colors. You can go with monochromatic, so purple and then kind of a different style of purple. Analogous, which are colors that are kind of adjacent to. So these are really good color combos. Triadic will show you kind of 3 different colors that all usually work together in nature very well, which is going to be this purple, this kind of gold, and this kind of greenish teal. These all work really well with each other. Tetradic is 4 different colors, and basically go from there. So if I wanted to paint red for some reason, right? So I wanted to paint red. So I could go with tetradic. I could go green and then these kind of blues and purples, but maybe I just want 3 colors. So I'm gonna go with triadic. Red, green, blue, RGB, classic. These colors work really well together. But if I wanted to just do something fairly complementary, then I could just go with like red and blue. Using a resource like this really helps a lot. Trying to paint figures better. I really like historicals. I start with scale models. Nice. Yeah, those are great ways to go, especially if you're going with realistic effects, for sure. All right. Turn me back on. But yeah, so if you just go through like a color wheel, like if you have one primary color that you want to use for something, like say you mentioned you wanted to do green, right? So there's a lot of options for green. You can make sure that it goes down to the tone you like and everything. But typically green and purple work really well together. But you can also go into the triadic, and add some of those browns like you mentioned. Green, purple, and brown triadic colors, they all work really well together. That's why Donatello looks so great in the Ninja Turtles, right? But really after that, it's really about where you place the colors, I think. And that's going to be the next. This is a color website you use for the color wheel. Can you post a link? Yes, thank you, Jeef. Jeef just posted the link in the chat. So if you just Google search color wheel, there are a few of them. That this is usually the first one that pops up. This is better than my throwing darts at my cat method. Oh man, save that website for myself. Yeah, absolutely. But really after that, it's just about where you place the colors, right? So this is one that I haven't finished yet. But this is the Santa Claus, the Jolly and Mean from Parabellum. I have a long way to go on this, but obviously, this is supposed to be Santa Claus, so the official paint scheme is red and white, as you can see here. Very Santa Claus looking, right? But what I wanted to do is drop the box and open it everywhere. There we go. What I actually wanted to do was I wanted to go back into kind of the old Kris Kringle and Saint Nicholas artworks before the Coca-Cola commercials of the red and white, and I found there were a lot of greens, a lot of blues, and even some like kind of purples and yellows used for Saint Nicholas. And so I decided to go with the green and red because that and with like the more natural fur kind of going on there, because I thought that would still give the element of, yes, this is Saint Nicholas inspired, but not be too directly like, yeah, look, it's Coca-Cola Christmas, So but yeah, still got a lot of work to do on this guy. But where you place the colors is really important. So like I wanted to make sure that I worked in some red in here, right? So it wasn't really going to be a terribly easy task to figure out where to do that, because I wanted to make sure that these leather straps and stuff still looked like leather, and that the fur would still look like fur. So I was able to get like, there's some trim elements here and in some certain areas, so I was able to put a little splash of red in those. So I think after you figure out what colors you want to use, really kind of determining what would look good in contrast with each other and where you place the colors is really important. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I don't think I have terribly good pictures of it, but I had this same thought when I was doing my Spires army, and because I basically got to a point where when I was painting my Spires originally, it was pretty easy to do, because all I really had to do was paint the pearly look on them. Wherever the pearl color was, I painted the pearl color, and then I would just use this kind of dark purple, this greenish purple as the cloth element. I didn't have to worry about anything. It worked perfectly fine. It made a nice cohesive looking unit. It worked out well. The issue then was, and I did the same thing for my original Abomination that I did. So instead of using the purple as cloth, I used a purple tone for the skin. So all the skin colors on here have that kind of purplish hue to it, and even kind of some of these dark little scales and stuff. So it still had that purplish hue, but this was honestly kind of a work in progress of figuring out the full color scheme. Because at this point in time, this is all I had for the color scheme, was purple and pearl. That was it. But then I got to this model and I was like, oh crap, there's so much skin on there. How am I going to get that purple through? So I just kind of made a slightly brownish purplish skin tone, which worked out. Then going from there, I had this guy, and I don't know if I have a back shot. Okay, I do have a back shot. But he had a lot of extra accoutrement. He had a lot of extra stuff, like these little straps and these little things here. And when I first started, and it goes a lot more on the back too, and when I first started painting it, I was like, the purple works, the pearl still works. The skin tone I was able to work into, because you can see some of the skin tone up in there. I was like, it's all working, but painting this little strap and this strap up here and then the little things hanging off the back, I was like, those don't work. If I just paint them purple, they're going to look like everything else. They have to contrast a lot more in order to be seen. So I looked up on the color wheel, you know, what kind of goes with purple. Not monochromatic, complementary. So I was like, what goes with purple? These kind of darker purples. And so I looked, and depending on where you go in it, you kind of get this greenish tint as the Nabila. Bye, Nabila. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your day. Angela May Snyder, how's it going? Your work is absolutely... Oh, thank you so much. It's very kind of you to say. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, so I was able to figure out that, oh, green kind of works. So I basically worked in this kind of tealish green. And so moving on from there, for the rest of my spires, I was able to work in that full same color scheme into all of them. So you can see the teals, like the tealish green in there. You see the pearl all over, the skin tone still there, and the purple all worked out. And yeah, basically that's how the color scheme kind of evolved. Is I had to find, you know, the purple worked well with the pearl already. That was fine. Then I needed a skin tone that still stuck out, and I was like, oh crap, what do I do? Okay, so worked out the skin tone. It worked okay. Then it's like, well, I have all these other cloth bits. If I were to, like, if you just took a look at this guy and it was all purple cloth and cloth bits and stuff, and the skin and the pearl, it would look awful because it would just be a giant blob of purple here. And that's not what anybody wants. So by working through that color scheme, and then eventually I got to this guy too, and I was like, crap, well, I need something a little fancier. So I was able to add in this kind of greenish gold as well as some of the trim stuff. So that worked out pretty well. But yeah, it was honestly just an evolution of color scheme and just kind of moving on and moving it into something that worked out well. And eventually it came to the full finished color scheme with this one. So you got the nice like pearlish colors in there, the deep dark purples in the skin tone. There's the purple on the scabbard as well, or on the what's it called? Not the sheath, the quiver, and the quiver there, and making sure to work in those kind of tealish greens too. You're telling the guy who only paints ultramarines that having one main color on models looks bad? Well, no, I mean, but the ultramarines have other colors too. So they have their blue, right? Primarily blue, and then they have the like gold or yellow trim, which is a really blue and gold excellent combo. And of course, if you go with the classic colors too, like on the bolters and stuff, they have reds, which I think works really well personally. But they also have like the red eyes and stuff. So all those colors do matter. Even if they're tiny little trim pieces and stuff, like these tiny little gold dangles, or, you know, kind of gold wraps there, or even just like in the hilt of this handle, or the frills of the arrows. So they all come together eventually. But then some of them I can go back to the original style, which is just like, oh, okay, well, here's the pearl and purplish skin tone, easy peasy. I will. Hope you're all well too. Yeah, absolutely. Having a good time talking about color schemes and conquest and painting a war pig. So, but that's basically where we're at. Do you do miniature painting and stuff as well, or any sort of artwork at all? But this is the pig we're working on at the moment. And we have some purples and greens to start working in here. So I think we go with, I think we may go with purple and then green after. So let's go ahead and start working in some of them purples, I think. So the purple they use is kind of a royal purple. So we're going to go with the sunset purple. We're going to darken it just a little bit with that green gray, which is my favorite paint from Scale Color. Oh, actually, no. Before we do that, well, it's fine that I have that on the table there. But we need to do the final highlights for the fur. Final highlights. We're going to get a slightly skinnier brush, though, just to guarantee that we get what we need. Okay. There we go. Remember to make sure that your brush is nice and wet so it has plenty of flow. Okay, we're just going straight in with this graphite as well. We're not going into any mixing or anything. We're just trying to be a little bit more cognizant of which little parts we're highlighting. Trying to stay on the highest points. Because we want these colors to kind of contrast a little bit. With some of the other areas that have been painted already. We'll show some nice texture. I did try once the miniature painting, but it was at least 10 years ago. Not anymore. I do pen and ink, watercolor, and use various other media. Nice. Awesome. Do you, when you do your artwork, do you stream it here on Twitch or post anywhere? Or let's see. Now this part takes a little bit more time, but it'll really take your minis from kind of standard tabletop quality to really good tabletop quality. Are there certain paint brands you need to use for these streams, or you get free reign? I mean, for the Parabellum streams, free reign, and my own as well. I made sure to ask because I wanted to make sure I did everything as kosher and work with them to the best that they could do, and they said whatever, however, and whatever I wanted to work with was perfectly fine. So happy about that. Because I like to use scale 75 paints quite a bit. I'll use a little mix of everything, though. I think most painters do. I used to stream, but I haven't since, I think, 2022 or 23. I used to live in Italy. I would stream all the time. Wherever I had to stay locked down. Now I live in Austria. Don't stream anymore. Hope to again in the future. So, yeah, no problem. No problem. Long replies are perfectly fine. How's it going, Hellcat? Yeah, we got some little piggies here. Yeah, that's awesome though. Yeah, I totally understand that. I started streaming on my personal channel in 2020. I basically finally had some time to get back into miniature painting, and you know, I'd painted as a kid as a hobby, but I never really took it really seriously, and I've been wanting to try for the longest time. And so my friend, I had a friend who used to stream video games, and he was like, "Why don't you just get a camera and set up and just paint on Twitch?" So I was like, "Huh, I guess it's not like I'm, you know, if I'm gonna paint, I might as well just hang out on here and see if other people want to watch me paint and stuff." And lo and behold, there are a lot more people that wanted to do that than I thought. Show us the palette. Want to see the goods? There's not really a whole lot on here. This is all I've gotten so far. So far, I have used green gray. I'm gonna butcher this. Anthracite gray, and then graphite gray. These are the only three colors I've used so far on this mini. We're going to be getting into some purples and stuff here pretty soon. But yeah, mostly right now for this final highlight, I'm just using straight graphite. There we go. Oh, did I see Princely Mini's question? I don't think so. Oh, can you show? Oh, show us the palette of colors. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. I missed that question. Julio Kaki. I don't know anything about miniatures. Was really cool. Thank you. Yeah, this is a gold tier from the from Parabellum War Games, and they have all sorts of really cool miniatures and games, and there's a whole game you can play with it. There are awesome characters and stuff as well. So we do this stream for Conquest, which is the game that Parabellum makes, once a month. It's called the Colors of Conquest stream. And then occasionally they will do a happy hour on here as well to show off factions and all sorts of stuff. Also, thank you. I just realized that there are no notifications. So let's see. Nikor, Calf, Intra Minis, Pensley Minis, Angela, J-Ham, and Julio Kake. Thank you so much for the follows. Much appreciated. Sometimes you gotta yell at him to get him to. It's true. That's the. I suppose it's probably there's the same issue in like game streaming too, where it's like you just get kind of focused on the game or something, and it's like, oh god, I missed it. I think it's just streamer syndrome at this point. I will say, I think it's a double-edged sword. It's been extremely helpful painting on stream, I think, in some ways, because like now I can kind of multitask a bit. Like when I first started streaming miniature painting on Twitch, it was really rough. Even just to be in the positions that I paint in for streaming, it can be kind of intense. Like, I remember the first few streams I did, man, my neck and my back and everything was just aching so much afterwards. I finally figured out a comfy position to do it in. But you learn all sorts of stuff trying out streaming in a new way. Hanging upside down? Yeah, I'm upside down right now. All the super professional miniature painters paint upside down. Because that is definitely what I am, a super professional miniature painter. So I've talked about it on this stream before, and I've talked about it on my own stream, but I wanted to go into one thing that is my... It's not really much of a secret, but it is what I've kind of coined the phrase as the three-layer theory. And I think the three-layer theory is the perfect way to get good, high-quality miniatures to play on for the tabletop. And really, everything else to make minis look good is just kind of developing on that. But what I like to call the three-layer theory is basically just if you work in your 3 layers, you're going to have excellent looking minis every time. And that is a shadow, a midtone, and a highlight. And then everything else from there is basically just blending. So you can see we have the shadow, we have a midtone, and we're about to do a highlight. And so you can see some of the highlights up on here. And it makes for really nice looking transitions and things like that. So There we go. Return to painting is part of my therapy for anxiety and depression. Returning to the art of painting and learning from others is very useful for me now. I started painting when I was 13 or 14. Took it up a few years later after being unable to paint for a few years. I've been painting again for less than a month. Sorry so long. No worries. Long message was perfectly fine. My return to painting is part of my therapy. Broken into parts. Okay, cool. Well, yeah. Well, I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I'm glad that painting or picking up painting again has helped out. I know it is definitely I have friends who had art therapy degrees, and they were like, "Oh yeah, doing miniature painting is one of a great way to go about it." So I'm glad you're able to find some help and some healing, and also that it has gotten you back into painting miniatures again. And I think you will find here on Twitch in particular, there are lots of amazing miniature painters as well, who have lived similar lives. I know a lot of people personally that do, and there's also some amazing groups for miniature painting as well, like I always butcher the acronym MHCP, mental health, no, PC, no, mental health miniature MHCP. Okay, mental health. I forget what it stands for. Something painters. Charity painters. Thank you. Yeah. So MHCP is an awesome group of folks who are here specifically to support people painting miniatures as a form of therapy and mental health. So definitely make sure to look into them. And they run all sorts of events all over the place. Wonderful Princely, artist so healing. Exactly. Agreed. Currently 43, and painting and modeling brought me great moments in my life. I met wonderful people thanks to this hobby. Same here. Agreed. It is a very small kind of niche hobby, but I love the people that I've met in it, and it's also fun when they have games to play with it too, like Conquest here. And it's, to me, being someone, I have a degree in fine arts, and nothing quite made me feel like I was utilizing all of the artistic things that I had learned over the years until I got back into miniature painting, because there's if you go really far with it, there's sculpting involved. There's 3D art, there's resin craft and casting, and obviously painting and building, and there's so many different facets. Almost every single art class that I had ever taken all had aspects that could be used for miniature painting. Like a lot of the building and small kind of tweaks and kit bashes and things like that I've done, a lot of that is very similar to jewelry making that I've done in the past, especially when miniatures were still made out of metal. And then obviously the painting is pretty self-explanatory, but it's funny because I didn't get trained in acrylic or oil painting. I trained in watercolor. But oops, I realized I'm not on camera, sorry. But even with the watercolors, I still found ways to use how the paint reacts with the water for acrylic paints that have really helped my miniature painting out a lot. And in my sculpting class, I would not have been able to sculpt on extra pieces and repose my miniatures and things like that with the confidence that I have now if I had not taken sculpting classes. It's just like there's so many amazing artistic elements to painting miniatures, both in craft and art form, that I don't think a lot of people understand. And so it keeps me coming back to it. They generally paint for themselves. It's part of the fun. Hey, what's going on, Malev? Good to see you, man. If you guys want to watch another amazing miniature painter, please make sure you give Malev a follow. Do most Warhammer Conquest players paint their own miniatures, or they buy them painted? Yeah, most people, I would say most people paint themselves. Like Malev said, it's part of the fun. But there are plenty of folks who just care more about the playing of games, and that's perfectly fine. I've definitely seen plenty of folks commission pieces that are painted to play with, but typically, you know, as with any art in general, it can be fairly pricey. So commissioning, you got to really enjoy the game and really dislike painting if you want to try to commission someone, usually. Depending on, you know, the person and the like how high a quality you want it and everything, but I would absolutely more recommend to paint yourself. Just takes a little patience, you know. And honestly, a lot of people say, "Oh, it takes so much patience. I don't have the patience for that," and this, that, and the other. When they see, you know, me painting miniatures and stuff, but it doesn't feel like I'm being patient or impatient, really. Like, it just feels like I have a task that I want to do, and I'm just working on the task. And, you know, by the time I kind of realize what's been going on, it's, you know, hours have flown by. And that's another reason why I just really like the hobby, is it doesn't feel, typically, it doesn't feel like work. I've taken commissions before that definitely felt like work. But I typically don't do that. Mostly because I just want to paint my own stuff. But how are you doing, Malev? I hope you're having a good weekend, man. Don't play anything, however, love the whole process of painting assembly. Yeah, I rarely play. Mostly because I don't have as much time, because I'm painting so much. But I do play tabletop games with my friends and everything. It's like creating miniatures, not painting much, and that's perfectly good as well. I wish I had more skill at creating miniatures also. I've really been considering trying to take some like 3D sculpting classes. It's just, I know how, like, I can sculpt pretty decently with, even for miniatures, with green stuff and milliput and things like that. And I enjoy that. It's the lack of tactile stuff that kind of gets me. and kind of throws me for a loop when it comes to like digital sculpting. Like I know it's the best way to go and you can get so much stuff done with it, but it's like it's so weird to me to not be able to form the things with my own hand, if that makes sense. Also got, hey, Mod Dank, what's going on? Good to see you, friend. Digital sculpting is more akin to drawing. Yeah, that makes sense. I sat down to do things, the world disappears. Hours go by without me noticing the time. Yeah, it's another reason why I love it. Okay. I just heard my cat sneeze, and I don't think I've ever heard my cat sneeze before. That's hilarious. Take with you techniques to form objects and shapes. That makes sense. Got experience in digital sculpting on a 3D printer. Yeah. Sensation is wonderful, also calms and anxiety. I get that. I don't know if you heard it or not. If you guys heard that on, especially this stream, that'd be hilarious. Snowstorm in Colorado, so painting weekend here. Oh, okay. I do love a good weather excuse to stay in and paint. Not gonna lie. All right, now we're getting some more of that texture back on there. Here we go. Good texture. You use Nomad Sculpt for its price and ease of use. Interesting. I've been considering getting. I heard is that the app that's on iPad? I know there's an iPad app that apparently does really good, easy sculpting stuff, and I've been considering trying to get that. Bless you to the cat. You hear that, Poppy? Yeah, I thought it was something. Yeah, it was like cat sneezing. I don't even see her. I don't know where she. Oh, she's in her bed way over there. Yeah, it's on iPad. Okay, cool. That's the one I was looking up. I knew there was one on the iPad, and my goal here soon is to get an iPad, and then primarily so I can try out that. Because I've seen some other creators and stuff who use it, and it looks. I don't want to say it looks easy, but it definitely looks a lot more beginner friendly. Here we go, getting some stronger highlights in there. Make pro miniatures and statues, you need a ZBrush. It's expensive. Yeah. But who knows? Maybe it'd be one of those things where I could like start out a sculpt in Nomad, kind of learn, get the basics down and whatnot, and then take it into ZBrush and add it into textures and all that stuff. Here we go. Here we go. All right, pretty good looking texture there, I think. Nothing too crazy. Coming to see you has been a real discovery, Walters. Your kindness and understanding made me feel comfortable. Thank you guys very much. Absolutely. I'm glad we were able to hang out and chat, and that you feel like this is a good welcoming place, because that's what we try to do. And it's the same thing whether you're playing Conquest or just hanging out and painting minis. I know I don't need to, but I kind of want to get just one more little itsy bitsy highlight in. And maybe I could use this Arctic blue gray. Just a tiny bit. But yeah, if Pensley, if you want to follow my normal streaming thing at Walter's Workshop, and I try to stream there twice a week. I don't always get to it twice a week, but I do most of the time. Sometimes life happens, you know. And then we stream here for this particular stream once a month. Okay. This may have got a little overboard. I promise this is going to be the final highlight on the fur. Don't judge me. Yeah, and Pensley Minis, definitely make sure that you follow the miniatures and models category on Twitch too, because there are tons of folks, whether they're building, you know, building stuff, painting stuff. There's lots of amazing, open and welcome communities here. Think you're addicted to highlight? I know. I must highlight more. Actually, it's more that I'm just addicted to the contrast. I need more contrast. More brighter highlights, deeper shadows. Only taking it up again. I'm very, very grateful. Do any Spanish painters? Actually, yes, there are a lot of Spanish painters here on Twitch. Oh crud, I can't remember their names in particular though. I follow them, but I don't sit and watch as often because I don't understand it. But they are immensely talented. Angel Geraldes, Gallardo, Saverda? I don't know of Saverda. You know what? It might be that I know their work, but I don't recognize the name. And I also know that I'm butchering these names, so I apologize. on my mispronunciations. Jose da Vinci? Yeah, I do know Jose da Vinci. Technically, I'm a Spanish painter. Oh, there you go. There's one right there you can follow. Um, Central American painter called Astorga Miniatures. Fair enough. Central American, would that be more Portuguese speaking? Oh, Costa Rica. Speak Spanish. Nice. Are there a lot of hobby shops and things like that in Costa Rica? Also, importantly, are there any Conquest clubs down in Costa Rica? Because I could definitely fancy a trip. Maybe 3. Oh, fair. Oh, you just opened one. That's really cool. Well, best of luck with the store. When I was in high school, I used to work at my local game shop. And honestly, it was the best job I ever had, and I miss it all the time. It didn't pay. It paid minimum wage, and it was not much. But man, I love that job. We try to do monthly events. Nice. And from Spain, Spanish is my natural language. That's awesome. See, it's another awesome thing about Twitch is it's able to connect folks from all over the world for one unique hobby. Oh man, I am so far behind because I have not painted near as much as I was hoping to. I decided to go too ham. Too ham. But I decided to go too far on the highlights here. I'm gonna try. Like I was originally thinking we'd be done at about 5 p.m. Eastern my time. It might be a little closer to 6. Okay. I think we're almost done. Boo you, sir. I'm gonna try. What do you say? Once per year, but really enjoy visiting hobby stores. Nice. Ooh. Okay, Adepticon for 2026. I will be at Adepticon this year, but if you're able to get up to Washington D.C., the Nova Open is at the end of August. I will be there for that. I use my translator support. English is not fluent. I understand somewhat better written than spoken. I'll have to see if we can implement a translator captions here on this channel, as well as my own, to help. Love how kind and amazing everyone here is. Yeah, I mean, that's just the miniature painting community here on Twitch, to be honest. It's I did not know what to expect when I started painting miniatures, and for here on Twitch and everything, because lots of places online can be kind of hit or miss, and they still are in some places, but here everyone is just amazing. I don't know that I would have continued really to push myself in miniature painting and get as far along and whatnot as I have if not for such a supportive community here. Like amazing folks like Deb who are right here in the chat, and friends which at first were not real life friends but became real life friends. We all have a very niche hobby. We understand that, and we all just want to support and see each other grow as artists. Shut up, youngin. See? Waters has a language which he vocalizes quite a bit, which allows me to follow it relatively well. However, people who speak English from the UK are much more difficult for me. I can understand that. Oh, if you speak English slowly, I can understand things, but without using colloquialisms. I also rely on body language to follow along. That makes sense. I will try to I will try to slow my speech slightly so you can understand a bit better. Yeah, that is true. I have commentated for sports on TV. So that does help learn some of the techniques a little bit. Admittedly, I don't use them as much while I'm streaming because it's typically more relaxed. But I do take it into account a little bit. Some say Walter speaks slowly because of all the paint water he drank over the years. I'm not saying that, but other people do. That's fair, honestly. Okay. I know this must be very exciting watching me paint fur over and over. But we are almost done. Then we get to move on to the cloth and then the metallics, which we will likely go through quicker. There we go, just a little bit under the belly there for some highlight. I don't drink water from brushes. Maybe I should start. Don't. It's bad for you. Okay, here we go. I think we got... Nope, we definitely didn't get that side yet. Just got to do a little bit more. Gotta get his furry bum a bit more. And the reason we're doing this kind of final highlight, you can see how much it's like a lot kind of brighter and this really thin line right here. And that's because hair naturally shines because of the grease and stuff that's in it. And, well, grease, oil, you know, whatever. It doesn't have to sound that bad. But because of that, especially on animals, animals typically they don't wash their hair and stuff as much as we do, so their fur typically gets a bit shinier. So I tend to want to put a nice line of shine in where the light would hit. It's not quite as I think Jeef is right. I might be addicted to highlights because I have not put in near as many as I'm inclined to do, but this will be more than good enough for a tabletop game. Here we go. And we don't want to go all the way down either, just for where the light would kind of shine towards. So that's why we do in kind of like a little line. And I'll go slightly stronger with it, where more light will hit. And then kind of work it back down, where the light would start to fade a little bit. And then if the line is too straight, I'll go back in and just work in some extra little parts sticking out there for a better texture. There we go. Hey, Drew's Basement, what's going on? He's actually Archbeast. How's it going? If you guys don't follow Team Drew Basement, please make sure that you do. Doing all sorts of awesome stuff here and making miniatures and whatnot. How are you doing? So detailed. Thank you. It's one of those things. It's time and practice and things like that. It's I was watching a video from Sam Lenz, who's another phenomenal miniature painter. And he was basically like, you know, the more you do stuff, the more you can do it better and quicker and things like that. And that was something I kind of took to heart a good bit. So I just try to do more, and eventually the techniques get faster and quicker. You can get all the cool details and stuff in as quickly as you can. So cool. Sick and chilling. Stop by to see you do your thing, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just jamming along. Seems to be going pretty well so far. I'm liking where it's headed. What I think we'll do, since we're gonna go till about 6 o'clock, I wouldn't mind, since we just kind of finished up the fur finally. I'm not doing any more. I've decided to stop. I promise. But also because the sun is setting here in my house, in my apartment is getting very dark. So what I'd like to do is take a minute for a bio break. You know, grab a snack, grab a drink of water, and I'm gonna go turn on some lights and stuff. And we will get back into painting here. Next up, we're going to be doing the cloth, and then sure, sorry, we didn't peer pressure you at all, right? But we're going to start working on the cloth a little bit, and we're likely just going to be doing the 3-layer theory, just the 3 layers. That's it. No more extra textures or techniques or anything, maybe. And then we'll go into doing some of the metallics, like these little armor pieces and stuff. Oh, I haven't even done the tusks yet, but we'll have to work on that in the crap. I'm not going to finish this. I'm likely not going to finish this stream, but we're going to get into at least some of the other techniques so you guys can see that stuff too. Negative Charisma, good to see you, man. It's been a while. Hope things are going well. But yeah, we got a war pig here that we're jamming on, just getting his fur nice and grayed and textured and all that stuff, so it's going pretty well. But yeah, the battle bacon. I have not heard that before, but I love it. Oh, I should have named the stream Battle Bacon. But yeah, so we're gonna continue working on the Gulter. I believe that's how it's pronounced, the Gulter. Would you like to see some of my painting work? I can leave you a link in my Instagram. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Not a professional. That's totally okay. But yeah, if you want to leave that link, I'll come back and check it here in a minute. As soon as I get a bio break and everything, we'll get some of the cloth and stuff done. We'll start working on some of the metallics, and then we'll we'll go from there. But yeah, I absolutely want to see your work. If you feel like you would like to share, please make sure that it's. I'm assuming that you understand that make sure that it's nothing that's going to harm anybody. No, it's an Instagram link. That's perfectly fine. But just make sure that's going to be good. But oh, great, you posted in there. I will check that out as soon as we get back. But give me just a few minutes. I'm going to turn on some lights in here because, as you can tell, it is quite dark in here now. So it'll be nice to get a little bit more light. And we'll be back in probably 4 or 5 minutes, maybe. So grab a drink, grab a snack, bio break, any of that stuff, and we will continue painting this battle bacon. See you soon. we're back. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back in. There's a little bit more light in here, which is nice. Okay, let's see. Thank you for sharing, Pensley, your Instagram. I made sure to give you a follow there. I'm gonna check out. I got to see a few of them as I was sitting back down and whatnot, but I will make sure to take a look at more later on. But from what I saw, excellent work, man. Well done. But all right, so we got more boar to work on. Let's see. Okay, so I think next we're gonna want to get in there nice and deep, like with some purples and greens. So there we go, purple cloth up here, purple cloth over here, and all the straps and stuff we'll do in the green color. So we got a purple down. More boar, let's go. So these are the colors we've used so far. Nothing too crazy. We've got some green gray up here, which pretty much looks black when you use it. And I mixed it in with a little bit of this anthracite gray, which is kind of a bluish color, and that's what made that. Then I used both of those to mix in a little bit with this graphene gray. And then from the graphene gray, we worked that into it with a bit of graphite. And then we worked all the way up just to the graphite. And then from there, we mixed in just a little bit of Arctic blue, which gave us what we have here. So we have about 5 colors so far that we've used. Boop, there we go. Get that out of the way. And now we're going on to a purple color, which is... which purple did I use? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Which is sunset purple from Scale Color. I like to use a lot of Scale Colors. If you can't tell. But I don't always use them, but I definitely use them a lot. We're gonna go ahead and use a slightly bigger brush also. This is the size 3 Phalanx by Game Envy. And I'm a big fan of their brushes because they're cost effective and do a great job, especially for the price. We might need to go a little darker than that, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in just a tiny bit of this violet just to mix in. So we have a nice deep purple base to work off of. There you go. Kind of gives us a little bit more of a slightly deeper purple. But I like to start with the dark colors first, then move up into the bright ones. If like you saw earlier. And I'm not gonna worry too much about being precise with this, but I am gonna try not to get too much. I'm definitely gonna work very carefully around the fur because I don't want these colors to get on the fur. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and just get this brush wet and ready. Oh, I already have a brush on my head. Let's get this one down. I'm gonna get this brush ready for quick access so I can just quickly correct a mistake if that happens. But if there's some purple that gets on the armor here, that's okay. We're going to be painting over that later on anyway. Hey man, how are you? I haven't seen you for. Hey Skyhawk, what's going on? Doing pretty well over here. Just painting up minis from my favorite wargame, Conquest. we are painting some battle bacon. The Golter. Goltier. Golter? I think it's just Golter. And I'm definitely getting some purple on the armor. And again, that's totally fine, because we're going to paint back over that anyway. Brush on deck, smart, yeah. It's once I start getting into the details, and like if I'm just painting the one thing, doesn't really matter. But if I'm painting and I have to be real careful around other colors and stuff that I've already painted, having a wet brush ready to go within quick access is very important. And it actually took me a while to remember to do it, and I still forget sometimes, but if you can remember to do it, keeping a wet brush around so you can just quickly soak up a mistake or something, or move the paint around or dilute it enough, is extremely valuable practice to remember to do. So, seen people use flesh color to paint yellow. It makes it look brighter. This is a good method. I don't want to paint many things with this color. So for painting yellow, you can definitely use flesh colors, like the darker reds and things. What I recommend, if you're going for a pure yellow color, is to start with a base of like pink or orange. Those typically work really well. Pink is kind of surprisingly is one that not a lot of people know about, but it does a really good. It's a really good base for having a nice warm yellow color. It might take a few layers, you know, if you just do some thin coats of the yellow on top, but once you do, it'll look very, very nice. This is early in the morning for you? No, not too early for me. Unless you were talking to Bedlam. How's it going, Bedlam? Sorry, just trying to catch up with the chat here. Here we go. Got quite sick at the start of the week, mostly just dying. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Speaking of scale color, looking to either get one of their Metal and Alchemy, Intensity, and Wisdom. I haven't used their Intensity. I have used their Metal and Alchemy, and I like them a lot. Let's see. Just catching back up. 50-50, I can get back on my feet after the weekend. Good. I hope you do. If you want to see them at work, there you go. Awesome. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier, Bedlam. I love those colors that you did for that. Those are really nice. Thanks for showing the tube scales on stream. Got heavily tube pilled and bought almost the entire set last stream. Yeah, no worries. The green gray has become my go-to base color. Yep. Man, it is top 3 favorite paints of all time. It's so good. I'm hoping to have my first completed regiment by the end of the day. Nice, Muad. That's awesome. In Spain, it's 2238. Nice. Here, for me, it is about 438, which would be 16. Okay, now we're going to paint lots of purple. . And the one thing, I didn't shake this up enough, but we're going to get through it anyway. I might have to do a few coats, but all of this cloth we're also going to do in purple. And luckily, it's a nice big flat area, so we can just swipe on by. Still got to be careful not to get the grays that we've painted. Again, if it doesn't go on as well as you'd like, because there's still some areas in here that it's not quite going on as well, that's okay. You can just wait for it to dry, put on another coat, should be good. But I would also recommend shaking the paint, trying to get it working a little bit better. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Get to take some proper photos. I can also recommend intensity for airbrush. Ooh, that might be something I have to try. Tried out my wife in the supermarket. She was shopping and I was working there. The time she came, I chatted her up. Nice. Also noticed that even in makeup artistry, purples are kind of difficult to get color application. Yeah, they can be. I use acrylic colors from Vallejo, AK Interactive, Scale sometimes, or Citadel sometimes. Scale, don't get the hang of. I prefer them a little thicker. Yeah. Scale is, it definitely took a little bit of getting used to. But I have one AK paint I've tried and I like it a lot. That I got at a convention. Someone just gave me to try. It is really nice. I can't deny. One thing that is nice is this paint is staying, when it's not mixed quite as well, it can kind of stay wetter a little longer. And I'm taking advantage of that right now by doing some wet blending. Oops, sorry. It's because they don't advertise that they're gel-based, yeah. Quite hydrophobic, best to dilute them in things like airbrush thinner. Ruin scale was the hot new thing everyone needed. Yeah, they are gel-based. It is very different if you are not used to it. Because when I first got the scale paints, I was really confused. I didn't really like them. I was like, this is different. And not liking how they react and how they work around. But after trying them out again, I was like, oh, actually, I like this a lot. Here we go. Some nice purples going on there. Resistance to damage. The matte finish is the matte finish is exactly what kept me coming back. Is like, oh, this is so nice. And I love the fact that when they dries, it dries slightly transparent, which means when you put it on, it looks like there's no blending sometimes. And I'm just like, oh no. You know, when I first did it, I was like, oh no, I messed it up. These are horribly blended. I'm gonna have to go back and do it. But then after it dried, it looked immaculate. I was like, oh, wait a minute. This looks fantastic. Arnel Lazaro, yeah, I've seen his work. It's quite good. Best take them. Is they're hard to work with for army painting when it comes to solo pieces. They devastate most of the competition. Yeah, them and Chimera. I would agree with you on that. As someone who's used them a lot for both. All right, nice purples in there. We're going to do a little bit of a highlight on them, and I think we're going to be good with that for them. Let's see. We don't want the Mojave. Where's my other favorite paint color? Normally it's hanging out around here somewhere. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to use it today, which is probably why it's not around. This level's got it. Yeah, it really is. Where are you, paint? I'm looking for white sands. It's another one of my favorite paints. Oh, I think I found it. I did. Perfect. So white sands is a slightly off-white color. In comparison to a pure white, you can see the difference. But when you paint this on well enough, it's honestly kind of hard to tell. Krill Knave's book? I've not heard of that, but I'm interested. Okay. Also, just as a reminder, we're going to be doing the announcement for the winners of December's Colors of Conquest here in just a little bit. Once I get through some of this here, at the end of the stream, we will announce the winners before we end. Or the runners-up and the winner. There are 9 runner-ups, and all of them are going to get a little something. And then the winner will receive a gift card. Feel more and more comfortable here, you guys? Good. I'm glad to hear it. Being careful not to paint. There we go. Gotta be careful not to paint the fur. Okay, we're doing pretty good. I think one more. Oh god, Jeef was right. I'm addicted to the highlights. But one more, I think we're going to be good. Purples look amazing now. Thank you. It's getting there. Again, just kind of going up, you know, leaving the darks dark. Just trying to paint where the highlights are. And honestly, I'm just kind of, I'm not blending as well as I did with the fur. I'm not texturizing all that stuff quite as well. I'm kind of, just because of the time, I'm being a little sloppier than I probably should be. But honestly, it's okay if things are a little sloppy. Sloppy has some negative connotations to it, but honestly, it can turn out looking really cool. It's kind of like when people started discovering airbrushing for wargaming. Every single thing had that really clean gradient of airbrush colored, and for a little while it was, you know, it was kind of the new hot thing. But honestly, if you look at it now, it's kind of, you know, if that's all the mini is, you can tell. You know, you can really tell if that's like the only thing under their belt, if that makes sense. And it, you know, obviously it looks fine, and I'm not going to knock any, you know, there's some people will be like, oh, airbrush is cheating, it's just to make it look good. And, you know, other people will say, oh, well, you know, airbrushing is, you know, just trying to make things look good and that you don't know anything else. And that's not necessarily the case, but I think things can look so much more fun with paintbrushes. Like, you know, paint, when you actually have like painted on with a brush little details and stuff. Here we go. Some pretty solid highlights. They look a little bit better in person, I think, than on the camera. But isn't that always the case with this kind of stuff? All the highlights. How long have you been painting? I have been painting on and off since I was a kid. I painted minis starting in the late 90s, which is aging me a bit. But I think I was like 9 or 10 when I started painting. And I painted, you know, just as a fun little thing since, you know, for a few years, kind of on and off. And, you know, never really took it seriously for a bit. But then I went to college, and I basically threw aside all of my hobbies and stuff and decided to just focus on school and social life. Especially because I hadn't really experienced much of a social life because I was homeschooled. Not entirely homeschooled, but a little bit. And you start painting when the world was in black and white, yeah. But yeah, so I started then, and from there, I did stuff on and off. In college, I basically gave it up. I still had minis, and I would basically paint like maybe one a year or something if I had like a night off. And then I went out and started doing my career and all that stuff. And again, it kind of fell in the same thing. I just was basically, since college started, I only painted like one mini every year or two, basically. And then I got out of college. I started working. I worked for a few years, and I was working crazy hours on a salary. And I just had no time. That was actually like the one time a year I'd get to paint was my birthday because I had the day off. And so I would basically, like, my birthday day was a paint day. And honestly, that tradition's pretty much still continued, to be fair. But now I don't have to have that be my one day, which is nice. So then in 2020, when the pandemic happened, I got furloughed because we didn't have sports to do during the pandemic. So I basically took 10 months to kind of recuperate, reevaluate things, get back on, with life. And then from there, I was like, I want to get back into painting minis because I don't do it as much as I'd like, and I want to do it more and all that kind of stuff. And so I got back on doing that, and I started streaming just not terribly long after I just started like getting back into painting in general. So that that worked out pretty well. So I've been painting for a very long time, but I would say I didn't start taking painting seriously until about 2021. I also paint everything with a brush. It's more difficult, more satisfying. Yeah, I would like to learn more airbrushing better and become more comfortable with it, but it's not a priority. Yeah, Sergio Calvo. I've seen his technique. I've used his technique. I tested that out one time, and honestly, it works really well. I really like how he does that. I'm probably going to try to incorporate that more into display pieces. Funny thing is, I paint more now that I don't have a painting studio. Not as deep in army commissions. So that's fair. Don't pay more numbers wise, but I spend more time painting. Well, that's good. Hey, Hecaton, what's going on? Welcome in. We're just working on the Gulter. All right, so we got to do some greens now. And we're going right in with this Ardenas green. I don't know exactly what that full word is, so I apologize that the paint has rubbed off, but we might need to darken that a little bit, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and darken that. So going back in with the green gray and mixing that in. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna get these other straps. Yeah, we're doing the boar. It simply screams cavalry to me. I know I do like want to just like sit on top of one and ride it into battle, but apparently they're not super keen on that. They're a little too wild. Which now that I think about it, I don't think the Nords have cavalry. I think they just have beasts. I recommend the airbrush cleaning video from Vince Venturella. Yeah, Vince is an absolutely great resource and a super nice guy. I've spoken to him a few times. So I have practice with an airbrush. Don't know why I still prefer the brush. Yeah, I get that. I've done a little bit here and there with the airbrush, but overall, I am more comfortable and enjoy the standard brush better. Oh, got that one big long strap in the back there. Ooh, that's one where I got to be really careful. Oh. Okay, very nice. All right, so we got some dark green on there. We're gonna work it up here in just a second. Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, a bust from house is nice. I love Baldur's Gate, man. I did 2 playthroughs. And I want to do more. The problem is, there are so many video games I want to play, but I will not get to painting if I do play them. So I have to be very particular about my gaming time. Asterion, don't even get me started. Fair. On my first playthrough, I was a little bummed because I had started, kind of by accident, I had started a romance with Lae'zel, and that wasn't who I wanted to try to romance, and so I broke it off like as soon as I realized what I did. I was like, oh, nope, sorry, we shouldn't do that again. She was like, fine, you're lost. And then I started to try to romance Karlach, but I had already passed the point where I was able to do that, apparently, and so I just was maidenless the rest of the game. On the second playthrough, I fixed it, though. But then at that point, actually, funnily enough, I wanted to try the romance with Shadowheart instead, so... Considering the account, the insane amount of things players can use a song. Yeah, honestly, that alone is insane. You get plenty of game time. Remember, we got an entire 10 minutes of Helldivers last year, right? My pair roster is currently a bit too full. Or my shout out like 4 other characters by mistake. He was cool with it, especially Halcyon for some reason. I had to look up how to do it with Karlach. It's so easy to blow that option. Yeah, I had no idea. The pair form starter spirit. Oh my god. Okay, so the greens are coming in. Pretty good. Not too bad. Ooh. Okay. It's going to do a 1 and just 1 layer of highlights on the green. Discovered a card game about World War II that I love. It's difficult balance. Interesting. It was cards. Huh. I used to play a lot of card games, especially the fact that you have to buy so many and keep buying more packs and stuff to play a lot of them. It got me out of it very quickly. Oh no, I've played myself. Hold on. Need a brighter highlight. Good old edge highlighting. I think if I ever get the chance to get my hands on some Conquest minis, I'll probably go Old Dominion, Undead, Roman Aesthetic really slaps. Yeah, it's really good. Well, if you do, I don't know if it's still pinned here in the chat or not, but I do have a discount code. So So if anyone wants to get any Conquest minis, and you click the link in there, and if it's not there, I will put it in there. But if you use the code Walter's Workshop in the store, then I have a 10% off coupon. So, not a ton, but especially if you're getting a lot of minis or like a really expensive one, it does add up. I think we're vacation for bed. So I'm going to say goodbye here. No worries, Pencily Minis. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's good to see you. Hope we'll see you in some other streams as well. Next month we'll be painting again here on the Parabellum channel, and I will be painting next week on my personal one, Walter's Workshop. So hopefully we'll see you later, and until then I hope you keep painting minis and look forward to seeing what you do. Want to do it justice, taking my sweet time with it? Yeah, I have quite a few pieces that are in that same category for me. All right. Cool. Got some nice greens in there. Now all we gotta do that's left is really the tusks and the metallics. I don't know that we're gonna get both of those done in time, but we're gonna give it the old college try. Oh, greens are fantastic. Thank you. They're getting there. They could use another highlight, but I'm not gonna do it. Let me see here. So I double check what kind of metallics are being used on this thing. Okay, the metallics might be a little easier than I thought. Yeah, it looks like silvers. Okay. Little tints of green in there too. That's interesting. Oh, and some pretty deep golds. Okay. So the nice thing is we can go right into some silver, but Ironbreaker might be a little too bright. Perhaps. Let me take a look here. So I have some darker ones. Likely gonna need that. Okay. Well, Ironbreaker's not bad. It's not quite what I wanted, but we can still get by with it, I think. Oh, we also need to do the tusks. I'm gonna go ahead and do the tusks. Yeah. Okay. Just gonna do a nice base coat of this dark brown here. You guys getting into anything else fun this weekend? Tomorrow's RPG day for me, so I get to play some RPG characters. Go stream tomorrow. Nice. Or then take your brush away if you try to highlight anymore. You can't stop me. No one can stop me. Putting a little bit of brown on the hooves. Because I always found that, like, technically, yeah, hooves are, like, really dark. But I always found that they were, like, pretty legitimately, like, a just super dark brown. So what I'm going to do... I already have kind of a dark brown on them right now. So I will just go back in and do a wash of just, like, black or something on top. So it just kind of thins down so it mutes that brown a lot, but still maintains the color coming through. So, we'll see how that goes. All right, there's city states. See the Nords. They're getting there. Okay. Silvers and golds. We can do that. Oh, I found the dark metallic that I wanted to use. Ha 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 ha. What a good day. It's the lead belcher. Good old classic Citadel. Really good base coat to start up working on metallics because it's just nice and deep and dark. That's my go-to for metallics. Yeah, it's a good one. It's nice and dark, so it gives you plenty of room to move up with highlights and stuff. Admittedly, I don't use a lot of metallics very often, but I am doing it for two reasons. One, this is going to be going in a friend of mine's army. Hence all these colors chosen and whatnot, and the fact that we're doing metallics. But two, I don't mind doing metallics if it's for tabletop use. I'm not a huge fan of metallics in general, but they have a great use and whatnot, just like every tool in the miniature painting shed, I suppose. For me, it's just kind of a control thing. Um, I feel like I have more lighting control if I use non-metallic metals. And I feel a little more comfortable doing non-metallic metals. Didn't always used to be that way. What metallics are you using? Right now I'm just using GW or Citadel. And right now I'm trying to, I have my brush a little extra wet, but not too much, because I'm trying to get, you can kind of see it here, but the paint separates a little bit and it'll provide a really cool texture. Over large flat surfaces. You see some of that texture coming through up there too, which is good. I'll tell you, this metallic is so stunning. Cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah. It's funny because in like traditional painting, you don't typically, like on a canvas or something, you don't typically use metallics. You use, you know, different shades and colors to work up to a metallic color. But that never really happened in miniature painting until much later. Metallics were just a paint that we could make, so we did. And for the longest time, that was what basically what anybody would do, is they just use metallics. But then it was kind of discovered by a game that no longer exists. They basically hired traditional artists to paint their miniatures, and they never even thought about using metallics because they never did. And so they had an entire range of miniatures with non-metallic metal colors, and it kind of blew everybody away at the time. It was like a revolution in like fantasy and sci-fi miniature painting. And that was in the Mid to early thousands, I think. Cool. Oh, okay. Okay, not too bad. Now, more partial of Vallejo Metallics. What's the one it has? That's fair. Yeah, they have a pretty good range. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So I think we might be able to do kind of a goldish color. You know what? I'm actually not going to worry about that. I'm just going to go all silver. But we're going to do some effects on there to make it so it's not just like plain silver. Actually, I want to go back over that anyway. But that's fine. Oop, that's too much. It's too wet. So those also make Lord of the Rings miniatures as well as paint. Yeah, so Citadel Miniatures is owned by a company called Games Workshop, and they do make Lord of the Rings miniatures. Okay. Not too shabby. I'll wait for all those silvers to dry, and then we'll get into finishing them up. But before we do that, I'm gonna put the next layer on for. Nope, that's too tan. I don't want that. For the tusks. That's how it's been so long. Yeah. Okay, so next color on the tusk is kind of a brown yellow color. It definitely looks a little weird, but I promise it'll look better here soon. Okay. Okay. Oh, I just realized I was on the screen. Sorry about that. Here we got this kind of tannish color, which is okay. That's going to help make the tusks look a little bit like they've been used out in the elements, so to speak. But now we can wait for those to dry. Well, actually, okay, we can wait for those to dry. And then while we're doing that, we're going to play with some funky effects. We're gonna go with some good old-fashioned Nuln oil. A little bit of Agrax Earthshade, I think. Oop, if I can find it. Maybe a little bit of Plague Bearer flesh. That is not what I was looking for. Well, there's a little bit of Agrax left in there. Basically, we're going to use these shades to kind of wash over top of the metallics, which should hopefully give some really neat kind of colors coming through. Ooh, that's a little syrupy. Here we go. So we got some nice kind of brown tones going on in there. That's exactly what we're looking for. Perfect. Something else that's fun we're going to do. Nope, not with that. Let's see. I know it's around here somewhere. I just have to figure it out. I had a nice green color. Oh. But it seems to be hiding on me. Maybe it's in the big shelf. I don't know what the rest of that is. Okay. Well, no dice there. Well, one last-ditch effort. Try to find it before we move on. What a shame. That's okay. I think we're going to do something else. No, I don't think I want to go that far. It's a little too green, if you know what I mean. Maybe just use a tiny little bit of this and see what happens. Nope, that looks gross. Too sickly. Not a fan. I'm looking for more of a tealish color. Nope, that's not going to do it either. Well, folks, unfortunately for me, as is tradition, I suppose with most mini painters, the one paint I really want to use is MIA. Oh, it's Parabellum Workshop. How's it going, Crypt? What's going on? I'm snooping around my desk to try to find... I was hoping to get kind of like a tealish color worked into some of these metallics, but I don't know that's going to happen. That's okay, though. We're just going to go in with a highlight. Hey, we got a raid. Ghoul Studio. What is going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Like oxidized copper? Yeah, a little bit. How's it going? If you guys do not follow Ghoul Studio, please make sure that you do. Bam. And welcome. This is the Twitch channel for Parabellum Games, the makers of Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, and I am Walter's Workshop. You can find me at Walter's Workshop on all social media platforms, and I come on here once a month to host what we call the Colors of Conquest, and it is painting one of their cool new releases. And so the Gold Tier Beast Pack just released a big old a bunch of battle bacon, or these big old boars for the Nords. We're almost done, not quite there, but yeah, thank you all so much. If you are keen or are interested in Conquest or anything like that at all, please don't ever hesitate to ask any questions. It's a really fun rank and file fantasy game. Working on a bus today. Nice. This is that's awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're working on. But this is what we painted last time. This is Sky Piercer Yindak for the Sorcerer King's army. Really cool dude. We're doing some OSL effects kind of going on there. So that worked out pretty well. Yeah, so this is what we worked on last month. And now we're working on the Beast Pack. And then this coming month, we're going to be working on the brand new faction that just got released, which is the Yoroni, which is the Japanese yokai themed faction. So this guy is for the Nords, though. One of their many little beasties that they have. Not quite finished with them yet. But you guys are actually pretty well just in time, because since it's about 6 o'clock, I figured we will be able to finish this guy up later on. We've got pretty good progress. We got some good texture. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. We got some cool metal texture in there. We got some good fur pattern textures going on, as well as the nice purples and greens going on. Really, all we have left to do is do some highlighting and stuff for the metallics, as well as the tusks, and just a few details here and there. Yeah, next, and then we got to paint the little skin on his nose and his ears and stuff. So, yeah, this is what we've been working on today, which has been a lot of fun. Almost got it fully done in about a 5-hour stream, so not bad. Not bad at all. But since it is about 6 o'clock, and I know folks are trying to go to bed and things like that, the other thing that we typically do is... Thank you, Dead Nerve. Appreciate it. Anything less than 10 hours is a speed paint for me, so this is what I consider a speed paint. But that all being said, if you are not familiar with Conquest, let me show you a little bit before we get too far into it. But Conquest Last Argument of Kings is a rank and file army game. For some reason oh, there we go. But they have lots of amazing miniatures. These are the ones that we're working on this month as the Gold Tier Beast Pack. But they have all sorts of amazing stuff. The new Yoroni faction's coming in soon. There's the Sorcerer Kings, the Nords, the 100 Kingdoms, which are like knights in shining armor, the Spires, which are these evil elves from space, the Old Dominion, which are evil Roman undead. One of the really cool ones to take a look at is the Wadroon, which are orcs that ride dinosaurs. So if you're interested in any of this cool stuff, please make sure to check out parabellum.com, or just look up Conquest Last Argument of Kings for some really cool stuff, because you can play with all these amazing minis. And I believe the post is pinned. I could be wrong, but if you check out the pin, nope, it's not pinned. But that's okay, because I think we can post it in there. Maybe not. Oh, here. Oop, that's fine. Here we go. So if you'd like to check out some more of the minis for yourself, you can feel free to check out the eShop, which is right there, and it will link to the rest. But if you want to buy anything, I would just a little thing. I have a 10% off code you can use, which is Walter's Workshop, so feel free to use that if you wish. Do they have any Egyptian themed? Not yet. The Sorcerer Kings kind of have a little bit of that, but not quite there yet. The Aroni looks sick. I pre-ordered them. Nice. Well, yeah, if anyone wants to order from the Parabellum shop or any pre-orders or anything like that, if you use the code Walter's Workshop and that link there, then and sign up for an account and all, then you can get 10% off your order, which is pretty cool. And but yeah, so what we need to do though is once a month. One of my favorite things that Parabellum does is that if you post online for if you paint anything Conquest related and you post online tagging the Parabellum team, or tag the Parabellum Instagram or the or whatever else, whatever other site you find them at, then you can get a chance to win. Here we go. There it is. If you do hashtag Colors of Conquest, you post their stuff, you tag their company's page, and do hashtag miniature painting as well, then you will be entered to receive a $40 euro or dollar or euro voucher from Parabellum, and then the other 9 finalists are going to get a 25% coupon off for the eShop, or a code for a free infantry character, which is pretty cool. So the thing, I see they have euro. Yes, they do. But I've been given, since this is the Colors of Conquest stream, they've given me permission to announce early who the winners of Colors of Conquest are. So since it is about that time, why don't we go ahead and take a look, if you guys wish. The first runner-up we have for the Colors of Conquest stream this month for December is Vin Miniatures. Wish I would have known that before I posted all my save states on Instagram. Well, sounds like you're going to have some Euroni coming up, though, right? So, but yeah, they do make a post every month about it and posting all the amazing stuff, but it can often get buried. But it's a fun initiative that they have. Yeah, Vin Miniatures painted this awesome. I swear those Jin are what won me over to the Sorcerer Kings. Yeah, they're pretty cool. The thing I love about this in particular, I don't know if anyone else is going to catch this, but I did specifically because I plan on doing something similar with mine, is if you notice, those are the same colors as Genie from Aladdin. So I plan on doing an homage to Genie from Aladdin as well when I do my Sorcerer Kings. But that's going to come later. But I was really glad to see someone else had the same idea, and with an awesome paint job to boot as well. So pretty awesome stuff. Congrats, Vin, on being a runner-up for December. Next runner-up, we have Hansi Minis with this awesome 100 Kingdoms. This is, I love the colors that they have in there in the metallics. It's almost like, I don't even know if that is metallic. I think it is metallics, but they just have these kind of like crosses cut in there and these really sharp. But then I don't know if there was like an airbrush used or something around like the head and some of the other parts of the armor. But it kind of has this like little tint to it, this kind of blue tint that comes through, which is really nice. So pretty nice indeed. Congrats, Hansi Minis. And then for runner-up on is the next runner-up for December is Mahar Prod. I hope I pronounced that right. Who took these really interesting little angry chickens, this box of angry Christmas chickens, and has turned it into a Christmas ornament, which is very, very cool. So now you can celebrate Conquest and Christmas. So well done. Perfect for December. Next runner-up, we have Astorga Miniatures. Christmas chicken, yeah. But Astorga Miniatures rolling with a really cool Sorcerer Kings piece. The I love how unique everybody does these kind of basing things, especially when it comes to characters. Some people just put them right smack dab in the middle. Some people put them off on the side, but give the base some room to grow, or some room to kind of be its own thing, which I really like. So well done on that, Astorga. But yeah, a really nicely done Maharaja, especially the little bits of non-metallic metals in there. It's really good. So next up, for the Colors of Conquest runner-up in December, we have Adeptus Chinchillas. Really gorgeous color scheme on these, and also the skin tone on the horses is really nice too. The yellow and black and gold is such a provocative scheme. I really enjoy it. So it's nice to see it on some Conquest stuff for sure. These excellent 100 Kingdoms Knights. Stronger leaves look real. Yeah, don't they? But yeah, especially on the base too, has a nice grassy field with a little bit of flowers and stuff in it. So it's kind of like they're just charging across the fields. So I really like this one. Very realistic. Yeah, I dig it. Well done, Adeptus. All right, those are the first 5. We got 4 more runner-ups and then the winner. Yeah, on the sorcerer. I figured that's what you meant, since that was since there aren't any jungles here. All right. Next runner-up. Lavallee Manuel. I believe that is how it was pronounced. Again, we got some good black and gold in here, but of course with the red and white too, it's an excellent, excellent color combo. And one thing that's particularly unique that I didn't catch when I first saw it, but this really cool sword that's kind of hanging down on his side there. It's got this like glowy effect to it, which is reflected also in the little medallions and jewels on his armor. So really, really nicely done. Great, especially the shading on the sword and stuff too is just gorgeous. And I'm not 100% sure. Let me see if I can pull up the full image. It might be I think the gold might be non-metallic metal. Yeah, it definitely gives some gladiator vibes, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty It's hard to say. I'll be honest. It is hard to say whether or not that is non-metallic metals in that kind of gold color or not. But because of that, I'm going to say very good job. Because I'm having a hard time telling. But it looks great regardless. All right, next runner-up. Overbite Miniatures, a regular to the Colors of Conquest stream. Actually, I think he's the only one so far who's been in every single one. Runner-up every time. But Overbite is such a talented painter. I've spoken with him a few times, and I'm always it is a highlight when I get to see new stuff that he's posted every time, or works in progress. And I am infinitely jealous of how quickly he works as well. He gets stuff done so quickly that looks this good. Oh man. But excellent work from Overbite. And not too many people have used that particular head for the Quaddle either, for the Wadroon. So I'm glad to see someone else, or someone using that. Admittedly, I'm not using that on mine, so everyone seems to want to go with the mouth open thing. But I was the fool who wanted a mouth closed, but the crest on the other one. So, yeah, lovely, lovely work as always. All right, next runner-up. We got 2 more runner-ups, and then the winner of December's Colors of Conquest. Brush and Bone Studio with Sky Piercer Yendak, the character from the Sorcerer Kings. Really awesome story and lore, but man, these vibrant colors are just gorgeous. I love the yellow, the orange yellow that's going on there on the turban and on the little sash on the front, and then you have the blues and the pinks. Is and in addition to the non-metallic metals, it's such a gorgeous and vibrant piece. I like seeing the how bright it is. You know, it's not often that you see a lot of bright miniatures around, and honestly, it's something that I wish I did more. I should probably make it a concentrated effort, but really, really nice. I like it a lot. Well done. All right, the final runner-up for this month is Brilly One Eye with a with an interesting take on the character from the Dwayco narrative box set. I believe it was Crucible of Wills. Yeah, the Stoneface campaign. Yeah, so Ragodash, the Stoneface King. That's what this miniature's from the Crucible of Wills pack. But he's added an interesting bit of apparel onto the Stone-Faced King, which is I think that is one of the hats from the Wadroon thing. But I never would have expected to see the cowboy hat on the Stone-Faced King. But honestly, I love it. It looks absolutely great, and the non-metallic metals on the crest thing behind him too, and the crystals that are on there look phenomenal. Well, as well as a super nice base and everything too. So, hey, Jimmy the Brush, raiding in with a big old party. How's it going, everybody? You guys got here just in time because we're showing off the runners-up of Colors of Conquest this month. We're about to reveal the winner. I'm going to hold off for just a moment. But welcome, everybody. Jimmy, how's it going? If you guys don't follow Jimmy the Brush, please make sure you do. Another fantastic team of miniature painters. How are you doing? Goes well. Night of Basing here. Nice. Very cool. We, as we do this once a month, for those who don't know who I am, I go by Walter's Workshop on Twitch and all the other platforms, and I work with Parabellum Games to do once a month a fun Conquest stream for everybody, where we paint stuff and announce the winners of Colors of Conquest. So, how's it going, Princess? Hey, Rosario. Cake.exe. Melon, welcome in. Chaos Dead. Look at that mustache. Yeah, right. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. We were just going over, we had worked on this pack right here, which you can't really see very well, so I'll just go back to this other camera. The Gold Tier Beast pack, we were working on some Battle Bacon, as someone in chat called it earlier. So I'm taking that. So pretty fun. Brand new release from Parabellum Games. And next month we're going to be working on the new faction that is being released fully in March, I believe, but at the end of February, which is going to be the Yoroni, which is a Japanese yokai-based faction. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Let's show off some of Parabellum. So, Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, is a rank and file fantasy war game. And the new faction just got announced last week, I think. No, the week before. It was called the Yoroni. But it has a lot of really unique factions, which are really fun. You have orcs that ride dinosaurs. You have... Well, I suppose Angry Dwarves is probably not the most unique of terms, but it is dwarves infused with the embodiment of and fire of war itself, who were created by dragons to be a slave race, but then broke free of their captors and are now and pretty much wiped out the dragons. You have the Spires, which are elves from space, essentially. You have the Nords, if you like Viking and Norse mythology. They have trolls, they have Jotuns, they have wargs, as well as raiders, you know. The city states, we have, let me see if I can find, oh, there it is. There we go. The city states are essentially what you would get if you turned ancient Greece into steampunk, essentially. They have massive creatures like the Talos here that guards their cities. And they use things like alchemy and all sorts of weird stuff to kind of create new beings, but they have clockwork hoplites and things of that nature. Pretty cool stuff. I think the one that really wows people a lot is the orcs that ride dinosaurs. Because who doesn't love dinosaurs? Who doesn't love orcs? So this is one of their new ones, is the Quaddle. So this is a flying unit in the game. It is large. It is probably about yay big. Actually, kind of case in point, I am converting one for a diorama right now. And I am, instead of it being in a flying pose, I have been reposing it. So if you can see here in front of my face, that is the Quaddle in terms of its size. It is almost as big as my head. But it's also standing up and not spread out or anything. So, but yeah, if you like fantasy, if you like wargaming, there's all sorts of cool miniatures to paint. If you don't care for gaming that much, that's fine too. But the game is really good. I've been playing dozens at this point of war games over the years, and there is not a better rank and file fantasy rank. Honestly, there's not a better rank and file miniatures game out there, I would venture to say, personally. The other thing that's really cool too is all the rules are free. There is a free app that you can use to build armies with, and it is downloadable on your phone. So you can browse all the factions and all the rules as well as their lore. Everything is free except for the miniatures, basically. But we have at the end of each of these streams that we do once a month, we also announce the hashtag Colors of Conquest winners. And what that is, if you happen to paint any conquest throughout the month, you post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, post it on any social media platform, tag the Parabellum account, use the hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting, and you are automatically entered to win either a $40/euro voucher from Parabellum Games for free minis, or a 25% off coupon if you are a runner-up, or a free infantry character or officer figurine for being a runner-up. So we were just viewing all of the runner-ups that we had this year, this past month for December. So we have Brush and Bone Studio. Yeah, Astoria, you got runner-up. Congrats. Here, I'll move down. Did not realize you were here. But yeah, you got runner-up this year for your Maharaja from the Sorcerer Kings. Well done. So Parabellum should be contacting you very soon about that. But we have someone who made an angry chicken ornament for December. Hansi Minis made an awesome knight. And Vin Miniatures did an awesome Jin as well. I love that because it is Genie from Aladdin colors. But we were just finishing up and checking out the final runner-up, which is this amazing dwarf with a nice Aussie hat. But the last and final one to announce is the winner of December's Colors of Conquest, and who's going to win this year, this month. So I don't have a drum roll, but you can imagine one, because the winner is Paratazi with this phenomenal unit of Jin. These are honestly some of the coolest looking, and it's hard to come up with words for how awesome these are. But the basing on there is insane. the yeah, yeah. So these are the Steelborn Jin, or the Steel Heart Jin. I'm sorry, the Steel Heart Jin. But the colors are just so vibrant and out there. The glow that's coming up from the flames on all these little lamps and stuff. You can see there's just like buried treasure around there and like little lava pools. But then the painter went as farther into making even more custom wispy magic going around all these characters as well, which is just absolutely crazy. This is one of the most impressive winners I've seen so far for Colors of Conquest, and well deserved. All the glow effects that are going on in here, like right there on the bottom left, like it's just, this is such an amazing piece. Yeah, that is such a nice piece. Really well deserved, Paratazi. And don't forget, you also can enter to win. All you have to do is just post your conquest that you paint up, and but for those who did either get runner-up or win this month, you will be getting contacted by Parabellum soon. If not, just reach out to them and just link the video. We will have a clip specifically of just this announcement of Colors of Conquest for everybody. So yeah, everyone did an amazing job. Now, all these paint jobs look phenomenal, and I know I don't choose who wins every month, but I do know that the team that does has a harder and harder time every single month to figure out who the winner is, because there are so many amazing pieces that are coming out every month. So but don't be discouraged, because it could be you. I never thought that I would get it, but I did at 1.2, so you never know. But yeah, if you want to enter, post on social media, tag the Parabellum account, use hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting, and you're automatically entered. So congratulations to all the winners. I can't wait to see what everyone does next month. So like I said, again, if for those who want to see the winners and runners up be announced and whatnot, we will make a clipped version that you will be able to see here on Twitch at later on, likely tonight or tomorrow. It should be finished, but we'll have that clip in specific. This whole stream will be up for, I believe, a week or two. They keep them up for us, so but it'll also be re-uploaded to YouTube as well. So thank you all so much for hanging out, and while we paint the Golter, the Battle Bacon, really do appreciate it. Well, this guy is a professional painter, and he has entered who won. There's no, thank you for hanging out. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no restriction on entry. Anybody can enter. It doesn't matter what level of painter you believe yourself to be. So the you know, if a professional painter decides to do it, then that's perfectly fine. But it's totally up to them, to my knowledge. All the pro painters will be entering all the time. Well, this competition has been going on for ever since I've known about Conquest, which was, I've been painting Conquest since 2020. So sometimes pros enter and sometimes they don't. I mean, there's 12 months in the year. That's 12 different chances to win. And pros typically are doing commissions and things like that, so they don't always get to paint the stuff they want, because we all know they want to paint Conquest. So but that being said, that is just kind of the incentive program. Competition is kind of a loose term. It's more of an incentive program to get people to paint and enter and post online. But from what I was told, there will be a dedicated painting competition hopefully announced at Adepticon, or something will be announced at Adepticon at least. So hopefully we'll see. But that being said, I appreciate everybody for hanging out. Again, if you aren't familiar with who I am Walter's Workshop, and I typically stream here on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays, Eastern Time. And if you'd like to follow along, I'm pretty much always painting Conquest there. Just my own personal Conquest projects, and so you can give me a follow there if you'd like. And if you would prefer other social media platforms, please feel free to give me a follow along as well on those. And lastly, if you like any of this stuff or any of the Conquest miniatures and you feel like you may want to get some, definitely sorry man, I got a bit of a soapbox. No, it's totally fine. I totally understand what you mean, but it's more just an incentive program just for people to post, just to post their stuff online. And that's why they also do a top 10, because sometimes a really, really nice piece of work comes on that maybe a professional had painted, but there are some other awesome pieces on there that deserve some recognition too. So there are 10 winners every month. There's just one that gets a gift card over some others. So nothing too intense, just more of a casual fun, share your work and be rewarded for it potentially. So but 12 chances to win as long as you're painting Conquest every month. So but the real painting competitions and stuff, we'll hopefully hear more about that later on in the year. So but yeah, if you feel like you enjoyed all of this stuff and want to potentially get some Conquest as well, please don't hesitate to use the code Walter's Workshop and get yourself 10% off when you decide to order some. And you can check out that link for the shop there as well. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. We really appreciate it. And we'll be doing another stream again next month. The date will be announced on the Parabellum site as well as my social media. And I believe it's going to be, let me see, it's going to stay on Saturday. Likely, I think it's going to be on the 15th, but we'll make an announcement soon. But we're going to be paying the brand new faction, the Euroni. So I'm looking forward to that. I am so excited. I've been we're checking out the Euroni's pages every day and making new armies and stuff for it. So I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. It's going to be a lot of fun. But until then, I hope that you guys get some Conquest action going and that we will see you again next month. You all have an excellent weekend.